I'd like to also ask everyone if they could mute themselves too when we start so we can avoid feedback noise. And I'm going to start the meeting.
I don't know what this is.
One moment, please. I'm going to start my slideshow. All right, can everyone see the slide presentation?
Yes.
Great.
Yeah, we can see it.
Great. And then if everyone could mute themselves too, that would be great so we can avoid feedback noise.
Are you muted? Okay.
So for those of you that were who were unable to attend the last 200 mil meetings, the purpose of these meetings is to discuss the site-specific plan amendment nominations received in the 100 Mill District. At this evening's meeting, we will discuss 4 nominations received in Eastern Reston and along Hunter Mill Road. And also, I believe Salem Bush provided an update, but I just wanted to let everyone know that the nomination we received for Crowell Road has been withdrawn by the nominator and will not move forward. So it's no longer in the screening process, and because of that, we will not be reviewing it tonight because it's no longer going forward. So the agenda for this evening's meeting is to provide.
Can I kindly ask one thing? So this meeting is not going to be taking that dead stop, which was supposed to be in Crowell and the other cross street, which I don't remember the name. Browning and Crowell.
Brownsmill.
Brownsmill and Crowell.
Well, the nomination for Crowell Road, yes, has been withdrawn. We'll be reviewing 3 nominations in the Reston Transit Station area, Michael Faraday Court, Samuel Morse Drive, and Lake Fairfax Business Park, as well as the Brookfield development, which is along Hunter Mill outside the Reston Transit Station area. But the nomination for Crowell Road has been withdrawn and will not move forward. So because of that, we will not be reviewing that because it's not going forward anymore. It's been withdrawn.
Does that mean they can re-propose it later on?
Right.
Well, anyone can nominate every 2 years. Every 2 years, the SSPA process is open for property owners to nominate their property. So yes, and in 2 years from now, sure, they could resubmit it just like anyone could. Anyone can nominate, any property owner can nominate their parcel for a plan amendment.
Thank you.
I'm just wanted to be clear. So this nomination, was this for the high speeds of transit on Crowell Road to address that problem?
It was proposing residential use at 1 to 2 dwelling units per acre along Crowell Road. I do believe part of the nomination was to address some of the issues on Crowell Road. But again, this nomination has been withdrawn, so it's no longer moving forward.
Hi, this is Jen Captain. Just wanted to ask really quickly though, when a nominee withdraws their nomination, so obviously they could resubmit in the next SSPA, but they could also go through the regular process, right? So we all need to keep our ears to the ground. Or can they change this proposal and just submit just for a portion of it?
Well, they would have to wait till the next SSPA process to resubmit, which was just 2 years from now, or they could do the out-of-term plan amendment, which would have to be authorized by the supervisor of the Hunter Mill District. So that's the only way it could happen. Sure.
Thank you.
And may I just clarify, because I was going to speak against specific points of the Crowell Road SSPA. So that is a moot point now, and I don't need to give that
Right. That's a
Okay.
moot point. Unless you wanted to speak about the others, Corral Road's no longer going forward.
Okay, so I'm gonna leave the meeting then.
I think many of us are in
Thank
that
you.
Yeah,
category.
Sure.
I'm a little
Very
concerned
opposed
about
to that.
the issues with Corral Road as a resident, and so I do want that to be addressed. I understand there's a few people in the chat that are very excited about this nomination being withdrawn, but yeah, I'd like to have that addressed. Corral Road has turned into a NASCAR track, and I don't think that's acceptable. We've had family members pass away on this road, and it's pretty sickening to see people's response to a very dear concern that we have.
Well, this
There are many other
probably
ways
wasn't
to
the way to
address it
solve
than
it.
closing the road, though. You could put speed bumps in, you could put a photo trap there.
So for the
You don't
past
have
year
to
and a
close
half,
it.
for the past year and a half, we've been advocating for speed humps. Someone leaked a message saying that we're closing or privatizing Corral Road. That's completely inaccurate. So that whole post on Nextdoor is invalid. For a year and a half, we've tried to get speed humps. We've tried to get police enforcement. We've tried to get speed cameras, flashing lights, everything. The state, the county, they've rejected all of that. And as a result, we had a family member involved in a hit and run and killed.
I do
And we've
believe
been
you're
grieving
speaking
that for
about
the
a
past year.
dog.
Yeah, can I
me?
just respond to that? I'm
Excuse
terribly
me?
sorry that happened. So I hope that everyone will take a moment to
I
acknowledge
appreciate
that hurt. So I am so sorry. There's
I appreciate that.
nothing that
Sorry,
can
it's
fix
not
that.
going to make the road
But
safer.
no,
Folks,
totally understand.
folks.
But hear me out. I do agree with the previous speaker. The one point they made that it's kind of like throwing that into this. It kind of seemed like a thinly veiled attempt. I would love to support every effort that you guys are taking right now to make that road safer. I don't think that trying to push this through as that being kind of the core benefit to the whole community. It kind of seemed like a thinly veiled attempt to push this kind of privatization of a section of Crowell Road through. So I would love to connect with you guys on the safety issue. I would love to connect if at all possible. So please.
Everybody, this is, excuse me, everybody.
I think we are going to need to move on.
Excuse me.
We really appreciate everybody's interest in this nomination and certainly understand the concerns, especially when there's, life safety issues that are being raised. This meeting is no longer going to be discussing the Crowell Road nomination. There are other avenues to talk to the county about safety concerns along Crowell Road. So we'll include a couple of links in the chat for folks that can, so you can go and talk to the appropriate authorities about this. But we do need to move on. We're already 8 minutes into the meeting, and we're not here to talk about this.
Before we move on, I would like to know who is hiding behind a camera and trying to diminish the safety of the Crowell Road by saying that the hit and run was merely a dog.
Ma'am, we're not here to
Speak up.
talk about that nomination any longer, so we're
Oh,
gonna have to move on.
so the safety of Crowell Road is no longer a concern.
We're not saying that at all.
Crowell Road
And
has been pulled from my knowledge, so that's not a concern. We're not talking about nomination. We're talking about someone who's
Same way as Browns Mill too.
trying to hide behind the camera and diminish the importance of the hit and run and the safety of the road by saying, oh, it was merely a dog from what I believe you're talking about. Let yourself be known. Let yourself be known.
All right, well, we're gonna have to move on.
Look,
Again, folks, we're not here to talk about the Crowell Road nomination. Now is the time to talk about the other nominations. We will include additional information for how to reach out through the appropriate authorities, the appropriate contacts to be able to express these concerns. I don't think anybody here is minimizing what happened, but we do need to move on with the rest of the agenda, which is not discussing Crowell Road. So we will include some additional links for you, but now it's time to move on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Graham. So anyway, I'm going to start the meeting or continue the meeting with an overview of the site-specific plan amendment process, its relationship to the county's comprehensive plan, and why your feedback about development proposals we will discuss this evening is important. I realize those of you who were able to attend the last two meetings have probably seen this portion of the presentation before, but again, this portion is for those who are here for the first time, and this may be a helpful review for those who were unable to attend the last two meetings. So the site-specific plan amendment process is an opportunity for anyone to submit a proposal for a change in the county's comprehensive plan, specifically for individual properties or a cluster of properties in a small area. The comprehensive plan is a multi-layered document used by both county staff and our elected officials to guide land use decisions across the communities of Fairfax County. The document provides recommendations for how land could be used in the future, how and where future growth can be accommodated, and guidance for the protection of our environment and cultural resources. A comprehensive plan is required for every locality in the state of Virginia. It should be noted that the policies within the comprehensive plan are not regulatory. However, they do offer important recommendations for managing future growth in our community. And may I ask everyone mute themselves too, please. So the comprehensive plan is comprised of multiple elements. For one, the policy plan encapsulates land use guidance that applies to every land area within Fairfax County. Examples include policies related to housing affordability, public facilities, and environmental protection. And it also includes policies that could apply to any new development or redevelopment, regardless of the location. We also have area plan guidance, which provides more detailed policy for specific areas within the county. If the nomination from the SSPA process moves forward and becomes a plan amendment, then the focus of the plan amendment will be on the area plans. An important component of the recommendations found in our area plans is the county's concept for future development, shown on this slide. The concept for future development is an overarching guide for area plans. Put simply, it provides a general framework for thinking about where most of our growth is encouraged. There are a number of different categories or land use classifications that are color-coded on this map. Each category represents a different set of recommendations for how these areas could grow and develop over time. Almost all future growth in the county will occur within designated mixed-use centers. Mixed-use centers include the Tyson's Urban Center, transit station areas, community business centers, and suburban centers. This map includes the transit station areas in the Reston area, which includes the Wheelie, Reston East, Reston Town Center, and Herndon transit station areas. 3 of the 5 nominations we will discuss this evening, which are marked in red dots on the map, are located in the Wheelie, Reston East transit station area, which is again shown in blue on the map. The other nominations we'll review this evening are Brookfield, which is actually marked as number 3 on the map, and that's outside the transit station area, an area planned for low-density suburban areas. As stated previously, the nomination for Crowell Road has been withdrawn by the nominator, and this will not move forward and is no longer in the screening process. So within the transit station areas, we have transit-oriented development districts, also known as TOD districts, which are shown in orange on the map, and non-TOD districts shown in blue. The TOD districts shown in blue are closest to the metro stations and are planned for the highest intensities within each transit station area, and are envisioned to become mixed-use and pedestrian-oriented neighborhoods. Non-TOD districts are planned to maintain their character, uses, and zone intensities. Non-TOD districts vary in character and include the Town Center Urban Core, the Town Center North, and the Reston East District. One of the nominations we will discuss this evening for a site on Michael Faraday Court includes parcels in the Wheelie Station TOD District and the Reston East non-TOD District. And the 2 other nominations that we'll discuss are completely within the Reston East non-TOD District. And as I previously stated, the Brookfield nomination, marked with a 4 on the map, is outside the Wheelie Reston East transit station area. So next I'm going to provide an overview of the screening phase of the SSPA process. To help us think about ideas that were submitted, staff will screen each proposal or nomination for its merits. Put simply, does the proposal support county goals and objectives? Should it be added to the work program? And if so, what considerations should county staff make when reviewing them? The screening process is the very beginning of a long process where a new proposal has been submitted to the county for consideration. I would like to emphasize that this is the very beginning of the development process. Nominations that do make it through the screening process and are added to the work program would be evaluated in detail as plan amendments. So the comprehensive plan process is the first stage of review, and there are many additional steps after a comprehensive plan amendment is approved that would have to be reviewed and approved before a project is constructed. After the community meeting, the feedback received from these meetings about the nominations will be summarized for the Planning Commission to inform their decisions about community interest and considerations, and the public is invited to participate in the workshop. The dates of the workshops are shown here on the slide. This will be followed by a review of the comprehensive, by a review of the Planning Commission and staff recommendations by the Board of Supervisors, who ultimately decide which nominations are added to the Plan Amendment Work Program. So if a nomination does pass screening, it will be added to the Plan Amendment Work Program as previously mentioned. And if a nomination does not pass screening, the nomination is removed from consideration and will not be added to the Plan Amendment Work Program. As I mentioned previously, we are seeking your feedback about the nominations we received. All feedback is welcome, so I encourage anyone with a question or comment to let us know. But before we start with the review of the nominations, I wanted to review a variety of common terms used in the comprehensive plan that will be part of this evening's discussion. So two of the most common terms are density and intensity. These are terms that refer to the quantity of development and will be used in our later discussion about the nominations. Residential density is the most often measured in dwelling units, which is dwelling units per acre, and basically fewer dwelling units per acre is a less dense development. For example, a single-family detached dwelling unit is often located in a 1 to 2 or 3 to 4 dwelling unit per acre development, and that's considered low-density development. Townhouses are often at a slightly higher density of 5 to 8 dwelling units per acre, and multifamily is often at a higher density, which is typically 16 to 20 dwelling units per acre for a garden-style apartment and 30 to 40 dwelling units per acre for mid to high-rise developments. Non-residential intensity is often measured as floor area ratio, or FAR, which is calculated by dividing the floor area of the building space by the land area of a development site. Higher FARs are often indicative of a larger development. Additionally, residential mixed-use development, which contains both residential and non-residential uses, is also calculated by a maximum FAR. We will discuss a few residential mixed-use proposals this evening. In an example shown here, development at a 1.0 FAR equates to a building size that is equal to the size of the parcel, which is a 100,000 square feet in this example. So again, the building in this example could take a variety of forms. The examples shown here include a 2-story building that totals 50,000 square feet. I'm sorry, it totals 100,000 square feet with two 50,000 square foot floor plates, which covers half of the 100,000 square foot parcel. Another example here is a 4-story building with 4 25,000 square foot floor plates, which covers 1/4 of a 100,000 square foot parcel. So next, we're going to review the nominations we received in the Eastern, Reston, and Hunter Mill areas. Staff has taken a cursory look at each nomination and will provide preliminary considerations. The nominations will also briefly discuss, the nominators, will also briefly discuss their proposals and answer any general questions you may have. So now we're reviewing a total of 12 nominations in the Hunter Mill districts, and this slide here shows the locations of these nominations. This evening we will discuss 4 of these nominations, which are clustered on the east side of Reston and shown in red on the map. At the first two meetings, we discussed the nominations highlighted in blue on the map. And at the next Hunter Mill District meeting, which actually would be tomorrow on February 1st, we will discuss the one nomination we received in the Hunter Mill portion of Tyson's, which is highlighted in green on the map, along with the nominations received in the Providence and Dranesville districts. So the first nomination we will discuss is for a site on Michael Faraday Court, which is north of Sunset Hills Road and the W&OD Trail, adjacent to Skate Quest and Self-Storage Plus. This site is surrounded to the north by Lake Fairfax Park and Lake Fairfax Business Park, and low-rise office buildings to the west along Roger Bacon Drive, which is also planned for residential mixed use up to a 1.5 FAR. The western side of this property is actually located within the Wheelie Station TOD district and planned for office use up to a 0.5 FAR at the base level, with an option for residential mixed use up to a 1.5 FAR. The eastern half is within the Reston East non-TOD district and planned for industrial use up to a 0.5 FAR at the base level, with an option for residential use up to 1.0 FAR with full consolidation with adjacent parcels, which includes the Skate Quest and Self-Storage Plus sites. The nominator has proposed to remove the consolidation requirements as they believe the consolidation impedes the redevelopment of this property. This conceptual plan submitted by the nominator depicts two residential mixed-use buildings with a grid of streets as recommended by the comprehensive plan. Some preliminary considerations from staff are the nomination proposes to remove consolidation requirements with Self-Storage Plus and the Skate Quest ice rink. As the nominator has stated, the consolidation requirements preclude redevelopment. One important thing to note is this nomination is only proposing to remove the consolidation requirements, and no changes to the mix of uses or intensity are proposed. If this nomination is added to the work program, consideration should be given to ensure the planned grid of streets for the Wheelie, Reston East transit station area is accommodated with the development of unconsolidated lots. And finally, this nomination would also provide additional opportunities for housing within walking distance of the Wheelie, Reston East Metro Rail Station, which supports broader community goals. Next, we have our nominator, Andrew Painter, who represents the nominator, and he's going to provide an overview of the presentation of the nomination for everyone. So I'm going to turn it over to Andrew.
All right, thank you very much. Let me just make sure I can bring it up. Hopefully this is showing. Good evening. My name is Andrew Painter with the law firm of Walsh Colucci, speaking tonight on behalf of the owners of the property, which is Breckenridge LLC. As was mentioned, this is 5 parcels. It's about 5.5 acres located at the end of Michael Faraday Court. They are all zoned I-5 general industrial. They are not subject to any prior proffered rezoning, so it's just unproffered I-5. As was also mentioned, the properties are split planned. So what's shown here is a map of the Wheelie Station TSA. You can see the western portion of the property is planned for residential mixed use up to a 1.5 FAR. And the eastern portion is located in the Reston East District and is planned for flex industrial uses up to a 0.5 FAR. And if you color coded the two, this is kind of what it would look like. Everything in green on the left-hand side is in the TSA. It is, would generate the kind of, mixed use redevelopment that is planned for close to the Metro Rail station. Everything that's on the east, which includes, this parcel as well as the ice rink and the Lake Fairfax Business Park, all of that is planned for 0.5 FAR kind of conventional industrial uses. But there's a wrinkle that applies to this property and this section of Michael Faraday Court that is not shared with the balance of the properties that surround it, namely that the plan does recommend a redevelopment option for the eastern portion of these properties up to a 1.0 FAR with residential uses if two things happen. One, if there's full consolidation with the self-storage owner and the owner of the ice rink, and two, the Skate Quest ice rink is permanently preserved. And so what that means is that if those things happen, if you get lot consolidation and you preserve the ice rink, the color coding would basically go from something that looks like this to something that looks like this. And then on both sides of Michael Faraday Court, you could have kind of a very similar plan density, plan uses, mixed use redevelopment, et cetera. Just take a second to talk about the importance of this site. First of all, these properties do serve as a pretty critical link between residents and accessing the southern end of Lake Fairfax Park. Most people come onto this property, whether they know it's private or not. They park, they access the informal goat trails that take you into Lake Fairfax Park to do biking and hiking. So it has to be recognized that this does serve as kind of the southern terminus of this 423-acre park. And then the second thing of equal importance is that there are two major comprehensive plan roads that intersect on this site, right smack dab in the middle of it. One is the northward extension of Michael Faraday Court towards the National Wildlife Federation property and Business Center Drive. And the second is an eastward extension of Roger Bacon Drive to Michael Faraday Court and then ultimately to Clay Lane. So about 30% of this property is taken up with planned comprehensive plan roads. The importance of this, though, is that once that intersection is created, once Roger Bacon intersects with Michael Faraday Court, all four legs of the sort of planned rectangle circumferential bypass of the Wheelie Avenue Sunset Hills Road intersection will finally be complete. So there will be full alternatives in all four quadrants of the intersection. Before I go on to the next one, I just wanted to say the purpose of, we've looked at the comprehensive plan's existing lot consolidation requirement. We do believe that it to be outweighed by the tangible planning and transportation benefits that could be realized through a unified and consolidated redevelopment of the properties. The redevelopment option for the eastern properties clearly recognizes that there are community benefits with a unified development that includes residential uses. Otherwise, it wouldn't have that plan recommendation in there. But having a sizable split plan piece of property that's under a unified ownership, half of which is planned for transit-oriented development, the other half is planned for just standard commercial industrial development, really does encourage piecemeal by right I-5 development and would not deliver the longstanding community benefits that are contemplated in the comprehensive plan. And I would also say, too, that it may prove a functional impossibility to assemble the entirety of these listed parcels into a single zoning application, as well as guarantee the continued operation of a private enterprise in perpetuity, which is a unique thing that we can't find anywhere else in the adopted comprehensive plan. So the reason that we're here, actually, this is not exactly a novel concept, but the removal of the lot consolidation requirements were actually included in the draft Reston Task Force recommendations. And we support the adoption of those. And the only reason we filed this SSPA nomination is because the comprehensive plan updates that are before you, along with all the other ones that the task force recommended, they weren't scheduled to come before the Board of Supervisors for action prior to the deadline for filing the SSPA nomination. So staff thought it best to go ahead and have sort of both going. And so if the draft task force recommendations are adopted, then obviously this SSPA nomination would be withdrawn. Some of the design drivers and benefits that we looked at and we've discussed with staff and the Park Authority and Nova Parks. Number one, as staff mentioned, this does not seek any increase in density beyond which is contemplated by the comprehensive plan or beyond which is achievable by special exception in the I-5 industrial district. Number two, it would encourage the owner to redevelop its properties in an integrated manner and have a unified public realm with consistent architecture and massing. But I also think it's equally important to emphasize streetscape elements, pedestrian safety, lighting, trees, benches, those types of streetscape elements, which are not delivered in a by right context. Third, something else that's not delivered in a by right context is completion of the street grid. This is particularly important given the property's location at the confluence of major planned streets. Fourth, and I think the biggest theme that comes out of this, at least in our mind, is the need to celebrate and embrace Lake Fairfax Park as sort of a key open space amenity for this entire TSA. As I mentioned, this is a 423-acre park that really is unique in Virginia, in Northern Virginia, and that park does have the potential to serve as the lungs for the TSA, but people don't know how to get there. They don't even know it's there, at least a lot of people. I know it's there because, I've used that parking lot before, but improved access to that park in a dignified way, I think, is absolutely critical to the success of this project, but also the TSA generally. Linked to that would be a connection to the W&OD Trail. There is a long-standing what's called the Rails to River Trail that's supposed to go between Difficult Run in Great Falls all the way down to the W&OD Trail. It's a horseback trail and it's a bike riding trail. And the missing link is this section. So we have talked with Nova Parks about creating that link. And then the last two points I would emphasize, one, we would seek joinder to the Reston Association, subject ourselves to the design review guidelines of RA. And then two, and equally important, if this site does develop as a matter of right, which the self-storage facility did do under the I-5 zoning, it is unlikely that any of the planning concepts or community review would occur. There's no proffers, there's no architectural input, the road connections, the park connections, none of those would be kind of guaranteed or subject to public review the way a proffered rezoning would. So with that, I'm happy to yield the floor, answer any questions, but that's just sort of a high-level overview of our thinking and why we filed the nomination. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Andrew, for the presentation. I want to now open the floor to questions, and I see we have Bruce Wright has his hand up. Bruce?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Could you go back to the slide that shows the grid of streets, the proposed grid of streets? So will this, if your application is approved and you go ahead and complete it, will the Roger Bacon extension, how far will that go? I assume that will not go to Clay Lane, but you're depicting it there as if it might. And then other question is the extension of Michael Faraday Court. Will that connect to the Lake Fairfax Park area, which only has one way in and one way out and could use some relief by having another connection? And I see that they're proposing an application, so this would be a good time to work with them. So those two questions.
Yeah, no, they're good questions. So this is the planned grid of streets as proposed by the draft Reston Task Force. So under the plan, Roger Bacon Drive would be extended across all the way to Clay Lane, and under the plan, Michael Faraday Court would extend all the way up to the National Wildlife Federation property. Obviously we don't control those offsite properties. We're happy to have the discussion, and we have had discussions with National Wildlife Federation and the owners of the ice rink. And I think it's important that no matter what happens with this site, from a zoning perspective, that the adjacent sites are not orphaned off, and that those connections can be realized if and when they choose to redevelop.
Well, maybe that could be a condition of approval, would be to make sure, since you currently are supposed to be consolidating parcels, that you make sure you do make that connection. So thank you for the answer.
Good suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, the next person has their hand up is Adam Rubenstein.
Hi. I was wondering if there's any possibility to adding lights on the W&D trail from Michael Faraday Court to Wheelie. The parts of the Herndon section of the trail do have lighting, and it isn't used pretty heavily for people to go to the metro. So I was wondering if there's any possibility of adding lights to that section of the W&D trail.
We have not had that particular conversation with Nova Parks. The Wheel Avenue Bridge project is going on as well, and so a lot of the infrastructure is going to be in place that almost takes you to Michael Faraday Court. We did work with Nova Parks on the Isaac Newton Square portion on the other side of Wheelie Avenue. My recollection at that point was that the park was closed at dusk, and they didn't want to have people on the trail after that, but that's purely in the province of Nova Parks. We're happy to have a discussion with them about it, because you're right, people are coming home, especially this time of year, from work, and they need a safe access, and they're going to use the trail one way or the other, right? So
the trail is open till 9 o'clock. That's their official policy.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no more discussions about that, I'm going to next go to Tammy Petrine.
Good evening. My question is to Andrew. Am I crazy, or isn't this topography of the western part specifically, but maybe all of it, isn't that really a huge erosion area, almost with arroyos? It's not flat ground, right?
No, you are not crazy, and you are correct. There is a ravine that runs in a north-south direction right here, which is why we we were not, Clay Lane, under the current comp plan, the grid of streets is supposed to go all the way up to Isaac Newton Square North and skirt this northern building here. And we think that would be a terrible derogation or degradation of the Lake Fairfax Park entrance. And so there would have to be a bridge over Roger Bacon Drive here. And then this is also kind of where we were looking to do an extension of the horse trail, sort of on the backside to get it away from Michael Faraday Court. But you are right. It is, there is some steep topography through here.
Okay, and staff is aware, and have you discussed that with them?
We
The
have
challenges
discussed.
of this site, it is not flat. I mean, I couldn't believe my eyes the first time I saw it. I was like, whoa, how can that be so close to, McDonald's and the skate rink? And it's otherworldly.
Yeah, especially up sort of right here where my cursor is in this area. That's really where it kind of opens up. And so obviously the buildable area of this site, is really constrained by those topographic realities.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Tammy. Next we have Larry Butler.
I'm speaking as a citizen tonight, not for where I work that many of you know. That's why I'm not putting them on my automatic background. I can't underestimate the importance of this as an access point to Lake Fairfax Park. As a frequent mountain biker and, walker, hiker, trail runner, and so forth. And I know that Andrew and I have had probably a couple of years ago, a little conversation about this, but this really is an important access point. You've got a very popular bike shop just to the south of this, right across the WNOD from the skate place. So, to the extent that that access can be preserved, parking is a totally different question entirely, but having access through there is really, really important. And so to the extent that that can be preserved, I strongly recommend that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Larry. And I agree. We do not have any proposed buildings on the site. Right now, this is really obviously about trying to not have this develop as a matter of right, but to sort of recognize the benefits that can happen with a lot consolidation and going through, subjecting it to the public review process where people can comment on that. I will tell you that formalizing that entrance, to have a dignified formal entrance to the park is kind of critical. Having parking, we've discussed internally about providing public parking for trail users within a future project. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Larry. Does anyone else have any questions about this nomination? And if not, we can move on to the next one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Okay, the next nomination is for Samuel Morse Drive, which is located on Sunset Hills Road, east of Michael Faraday Drive and north of Reston Station Boulevard. It's approximately 1/2 mile from the Wheelie-Reston East Metro Station. The site is currently developed with 3 low-rise office buildings totaling 40,000 square feet. The area to the south and west is developed with a mix of multifamily residential, single-family attached residential, and office use. The area to the east and north are primarily developed with low-rise office and a United States Postal Service facility. The site is located in the Reston East non-TOD district of the Wheelie-Reston East Transit Station area and planned for office and light industrial up to a 0.5 FAR. The area immediately to the west is located in the Wheelie Station TOD district and planned for residential mixed use up to a 1.5 FAR. So the nominator has proposed residential use up to a 1.0 FAR with a mix of single-family attached and multifamily residential units. And some preliminary considerations from staff are the nomination introduces residential to an area that's planned to retain an employment activity focused. However, the nominator has indicated that it is a challenge for older office buildings to compete with newer office buildings. Additionally, the site is 1/2 mile away from the Wheelie Reston East Metro Station and is adjacent to residential use, similar in scale to what the nomination is proposing. The proposed residential use in this area could be compatible with existing residential uses in south and west if this nomination is designed and integrated with surrounding residential development and the planned grid of streets for the Wheelie Reston TSA can successfully be accommodated. Residential would also provide additional opportunities for housing within walking distance of the metro within the Wheelie Reston East Metro Station. So next we'll have Brian Winterhalter, who's going to provide an overview of this nomination. So I'm going to turn it over to Brian.
Good evening, everybody. It's Brian Winterhalter. I'm with DLA Piper, and I'm here on behalf of the nominator for this project that we refer to as Lofts 2. It is adjacent to the Lofts 1 development, which Pulte, who is the nominator, has developed adjacent to this site. To give you a quick overview, the property consists of 3 office buildings with surface parking, some landscaping, and they are older office buildings. Collectively, they are about 48,000 square feet. And this nomination also includes the parcel that's east of the connection to Sunset Hills Road, which is currently a surface parking lot. Collectively, those 4 parcels are a total of approximately 6.4 acres. The 3 Samuel Morse Drive parcels are zoned I-4. The parcel to the east across the road connection to Sunset Hills is zone PDC. That was zoned under the zoning case that you see on the screen there for the Rooney residential development on the 11111 Sunset Hills Road office site that's owned by Meridian. The PDC portion of the area that we are including in this nomination under that rezoning application is currently entitled for approximately 226,000 square feet of development, and that development could consist of office, hotel, or senior housing. This is an overview of the overall northeast quadrant at the Wheelie Reston East Metro Station area. You see the midline development and the EYA development that is closer to the metro station than moving to some of the more adjacent developments east of Michael Faraday Drive. There's a mix of approved and developing residential, retail, and other uses in addition to the significant office and other mixed-use development that is on the west side of Wheelie at the Comstock developments. The overview of this slide shows that our proposed development is consistent with the character of the overall area that's emerging in the northeast quadrant at Wheelie and at the Wheelie Metro Station overall. It transitions down in its intensity and its form of development in terms of our proposal for townhouses and 2/2s and multifamily development. You see the approved applications on this site here. And again, the area to the west of the site is in the residential mixed-use area under the comprehensive plan. The site itself currently is planned for office and industrial uses at 0.5 FAR, hence the existing low suburban style, low density existing office buildings on the property. But this development really would nicely round out the overall new development that's being created in this overall metro station area, and again, would be quite compatible with the adjacent uses. This is the task force recommendation for the comprehensive plan amendment. And as you see on the screen, there is a recommendation from the task force for residential uses up to 1.0 FAR, provided that the proposed development is in harmony with adjacent uses and includes a number of criteria related to connections for Reston Station Boulevard, tree canopy, stormwater management, the orientation of the buildings, as well as having a connection and dedication of land for the future connection of the extension of the South Lakes Drive overpass from the toll road to Sunset Hills Road. And similar to the nomination that you heard previously, we are in support of this recommendation from the task force. So essentially the purpose of this nomination is to endorse the task force recommendation. And again, we had, similar to the first nomination, we had to make a decision on filing this SSPA nomination prior to the overall task force process coming to a conclusion. So we are submitting this nomination for the purpose of being able to go in sort of either option, depending on how the task force process goes and the overall SSPA process goes. With respect to the substance of the proposed development, you see the concept here with the multifamily buildings and the 2/2 buildings. We would have 90 stacked townhouses and 100 multifamily units for a total of 190 units proposed with this development. Given the size of the site at approximately 6.4 acres, that represents a density of approximately 30 units per acre, just for comparison in terms of some of the density numbers that you heard earlier this evening. There would be approximately 1.5 acres of open space and 0.83 acres of publicly accessible urban parkland, as is shown on the screen with our proposal. With respect to the proposed development, there are a number of ways that the current draft of the comprehensive plan text could be interpreted, and I want to just run through briefly what some of those would look like depending on the unit of analysis for the overall FAR. So if you take just our 4 parcels, it would be a 1.38 FAR, and it would be completely residential. That does not account for bonus density for affordable dwelling units and workforce dwelling units, which of course would be provided as part of this proposed development. So that overall FAR number would actually come down a bit when we would account for the bonus density. If you look at this land area that you see on the screen, the entirety of the Meridian office parcel, Land Bay B, Block B, which is the Meridian surface parking lot, and the 3 parcels on Samuel Morse Drive, the overall FAR is a 1.15. You see the mix of residential and non-residential uses. Of course, that's due to the existing 11111 Sunset Hills office building as the non-residential component. Again, this does not account for bonus density for affordable or workforce housing. So that would lower, once accounting for that bonus density, that would lower the FAR under this analysis to approximately a 1.05. And if you include the entirety of this area, including the developed residential buildings on Land Bay A, the Rooney development that was on the 11111 Sunset Hills office property, that would be about a 1.23 FAR. And again, you see the mix of residential and non-residential. And again, this does not account for bonus density. So overall, with respect to the task force's recommendation for a 1.0 FAR, we are certainly within striking distance of that with our proposal, and think depending on how this is analyzed in the unit of analysis, really, that we're very much in keeping with the overall task force recommendation, especially with respect to the form of development with stacked townhouses and multifamily in a mid-rise configuration that tapers down from the higher intensities of the metro station area. Here you see some representative architectural renderings for the stacked townhouse on the left and the multifamily building on the right. This is similar to what you would see or has developed by Pulte in the adjacent Lofts 1 development. Again, with respect to ADUs and WDUs, we certainly would be providing those in accordance with county policy. There would be a total of 25 affordable and workforce dwelling units. They would be for sale units. This is contemplated as an entirely for sale project, so it's important to note that there would be a nice component of for sale affordable and workforce housing as part of this development. Obviously, the task force has recommendations for potential changes to the ADU and WDU policies, and we anticipate that we would comply with those as well. But just to note that that 25 number is still subject to further policy review by the task force, the Planning Commission, and the Board of Supervisors. With respect to transportation improvements, there are a number of significant improvements that can be achieved with this proposed nomination and ultimately the redevelopment of these properties. One is the completion of Reston Station Boulevard along the south side of the property. Without the redevelopment of the Samuel Morse Drive parcels, it is not really possible to create a complete street on Reston Station Boulevard. The travel lanes fit, and as I'll show you in an exhibit, in a second, the on-street parking, the landscape amenity panel, the sidewalk, those other elements of the streetscape do not fit in the current configuration without the Samuel Morse Drive parcels. We also would, of course, reserve and then dedicate for the future construction of the South Lakes overpass. And also, it's important to note that the proposed office development that could be permitted under the comprehensive plan, as well as the existing entitlement for the surface parking lot owned by Meridian and that is not yet developed, would generate significantly more traffic than the proposed 190 residential units contemplated in this development. And what that looks like in a little bit more detail, here's the cross-section for Reston Station Boulevard. You see the grayed out area is the existing road section, and the area to the right-hand side of the screen with the surface parking spaces, the on-street parking, the landscape amenity panel, the sidewalk. Those are elements that can only be added to Reston Station Boulevard with the development of these parcels. This shows you the right-of-way dedication. We would certainly dedicate right-of-way along the eastern portion of the property. There is also, there has been some discussion with county staff, including planning staff and the Department of Transportation, regarding an additional road connection sort of mid-block here, and we're certainly willing to talk about that and contemplate that as part of our proposed design. But I did want to show you this exhibit, which shows the additional right-of-way and ultimately realigning or adding a connection on the eastern side of the property that would lead to the future connection across the toll road. And lastly, with respect to vehicle trips, you see the chart here. I'll just focus on the totals at the bottom that are circled in red. In the AM peak hour, it's approximately 300 fewer trips. In the PM peak hour, it's approximately 290 fewer trips. And overall, it's a little over 2,400 fewer trips with our proposed development rather than the comprehensive plan recommended development for the Samuel Morse Drive parcels and the entitled development on the Meridian parcel. Overall, with respect to the justification for our proposed nomination, if you've seen any of the previous community meetings where I've presented, a lot of these slides or a lot of the points on these slides are similar, but they apply equally to this property as well. The pandemic has clearly changed the utilization of office space, and that is having a much more significant effect and a negative effect on older office buildings of the type that are the subject of this nomination. They have outdated interior layouts, they have fewer amenities. These office buildings in particular have single occupant designs. It's harder to be nimble and to adapt to changing tenant demands. And there's just less opportunity to be able to do that with these buildings. There's, of course, a critical need for more affordable housing. More housing at all levels of affordability and all opportunities for housing are important. And that's part of the county's housing strategic plan. Again, the development here is contemplated as a for-sale development, so it's important that all of the ADUs and WDUs would be for-sale units. And you see at the bottom the significant transportation improvements that I've already described. So again, to summarize, we are supportive of the task force recommendation. We endorse that recommendation and would very much like to see it in the ultimate version of the comprehensive plan amendment adopted by the Board of Supervisors. We think that this development makes a ton of sense with respect to the modest scale of the proposed residential development, the for-sale affordable units to be provided, and the significant transportation benefits that come with the redevelopment of this property. And with that, I will conclude, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Brian. It looks like we have someone from the Stanton family has their hand up.
Yes, hi. So what would you envision the retail price for these homes to be that you're planning to build?
David, if you are on, I think you would be best to address that question.
We will know better when we come to market, but we anticipate that the pricing will be consistent with what we saw in our previous section where we had the 2/2s in the stack in the condo flat building. I don't have those numbers in front of me, but we're happy to distribute them to you later.
These are
Do you have an additional question about the pricing? Looks like he's dropped off.
No, he's not going to answer it anyway, so.
Yeah, you can give us an approximate, can't you, please? What did Lofts 1 go for?
I'd have to look that information up. They closed down. Like I said, I'm happy to provide the information. I just don't have that information on me now. If you're happy to try to look for it. I'm not avoiding the question. As I said, I would get back to you as soon as I could find it.
Okay. Next we have Adam Rubenstein.
Let's have a couple of questions. I actually lived in Lofts 1, so first question I have is the multifamily unit building, is that 2 buildings or 1 building?
It would be 2 buildings.
And you talk about the scale being, you want the scale to be lower as you get further away from the metro station, but that scale is actually larger than the scale for the Lofts 1 project, because we're 32 unit building. So you're actually making a larger building.
It's not a larger building. It's the same. It's the similar building. It would be a 32 unit building. It would be 2 32 unit buildings.
But you said it was 100 units. So 2
Sorry,
times 30.
Sorry, 3. Sorry, it's a 3. There are 3 buildings. Sorry.
Oh, 3 32 unit buildings.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
there are
it's
2 buildings on the Samuel Morse Drive parcels, and there's 1 multifamily building on the Meridian parcel. My apologies.
It's okay. So it's 96 units and not 100.
We proposed 100 in the nomination.
So if it's 3 32 unit buildings, where's the extra 4 coming from?
I believe the answer is the 2 buildings are 32 unit buildings that are together there, and the other building is a 36 unit building. And the difference between those 2 buildings is not so much in size, but the 36 unit building contains some 1-bedroom units, whereas the 32 building where you reside is all 2-bedroom den units.
Okay, thank you.
David, you're on mute.
David, I think you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Next we have Tammy Petrine.
Thank you. My question, Brian, is I'm confused why, if Lofts 2 is what you're after, why does your outline show the office buildings to the south of Lofts 2 that go between Lofts 2 and the Dulles Toll Road?
Sure. So it's not entirely clear to us from the draft of the task force recommendations what the geography is for the residential redevelopment recommendation. It says that area between where the current residential mixed use area ends and the next block over to where the connection for South Lakes would be is where the residential development recommendation is included, but it doesn't say what the overall area is.
Okay, so are you saying that there is no change contemplated for the existing office buildings that are east of EYA and south of the proposed Lofts 2, that will remain?
Yeah, that is
thinking that is also going to be turned into residential.
No, that is not proposed to be converted to residential. That existing office building at 111 Sunset Hills Road would remain.
Okay, so my comment on this Lofts 2 is you're talking about 190 dwelling units. So you're talking about 400 to 500 new humans living there. And if you go to your photo of your diagram of your layout, wow, there is not enough open space, let alone dog walking space, let alone trees, let alone anything, to serve 400 to 500 new humans. And that is my concern, is this is super dense, but we need to have some open space for these folks to, and for our climate, et cetera. So that's just a comment to you, which you're asking for tonight. So thank you so much, and I appreciate your answers. And we really do want the price points for these new units. Thank you.
Sure, and we will get that to you. With respect to your comment about the park space, understood on the importance of park space. I think based on the county's math, it would suggest that there aren't going to be 400 or 500 people in the 190 units, but that's something we can talk about in more detail. With respect to the park space, we meet the urban park space requirements. However, we also have had numerous conversations with county staff and Commissioner Carter and Supervisor Alcorn and others, and we know that there is a desire to talk further about the design of the project, and we're certainly happy and willing to do that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Next we have Tom Markham.
Hi. The property that we're talking about here, if I'm correct, is right where Sunrise, excuse me, where Sunrise goes from 4 lanes to 2 lanes, right near the post office. And so I'm wondering what sort of impact on traffic along Sunset is anticipated by this project.
So the traffic numbers that I showed you are vehicle trip generation numbers based on the Institute for Transportation Engineers, ITE road manual. And our traffic consultant, Maria Laschinger, may be on this evening and could provide further detail. But essentially, the proposed development will generate far fewer vehicle trips on a daily basis than the already approved Meridian development plus what is contemplated under the comprehensive plan for the site already. So from a traffic analysis perspective, we have fewer vehicle trips rather than more compared to what could be developed on the property.
Okay, does the comprehensive plan, I think, includes that road that's currently 2 lanes being expanded to 4 lanes and being connecting to Hunter Mill towards Crowell. So if you're looking at the numbers with that in place, that's not in place. And I don't think that there's any plan on getting that in place anytime soon.
So our plan includes the dedication of right-of-way along Sunset Hills Road. So we are proposing to dedicate in accordance with county plans. That's what we've included in our rezoning application that we filed for this site. So we are contributing with respect to right-of-way for the ultimate alignment of Sunset Hills Road.
Can you explain that further when you mean contributing? I mean, still
we're giving up land for the road.
Okay, you're giving up land for which part of, but you're giving up that land still doesn't complete that road, I don't think. Somebody else is going to have to give up land in order for that project to happen.
Well, right. Well, that may be. And again, to come back to what I noted earlier, we are generating fewer vehicle trips than otherwise could be developed on this site. So our proposal is less of an impact on the road network than what we could do otherwise.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I mean, my concern is the traffic along that 2-lane road, because the more housing we put, the more people we put in this area, the more that becomes a big issue, and the more that has to be solved somehow.
Well, yeah, understood. And I would say, however, that the more office that is converted to residential, the better the traffic will be from a peak hour perspective, because office is much more heavily concentrated in the peak hour than residential.
If I could add on to that from what Tom was saying, you keep mentioning that it's 400 to 500 fewer trips than what there could be. I mean, honestly, that sounds kind of like jobs saved. How is that with respect to how traffic is today? That would be my question. My comment is oftentimes these things are discussed in terms of, peak traffic for business hours. I mean, let's be honest, a lot of our biggest traffic problems can absolutely occur during the weekend when we're trying to get to the grocery store. So what kind of an impact are we looking at on the weekends, not just during rush hour?
Sure. So I will say, quite honestly, I don't have all of the information today to answer all of the detailed traffic questions that you may be interested in. We have a traffic study as part of our rezoning application. We're happy to talk with you in more detail about the results of the traffic study. I see Maria's on, so Maria, if you want to chime in and give us sort of an overall conclusion of the traffic study, I think that would be helpful for everyone. But for purposes of the comprehensive plan and the SSPA discussion before us this evening, we're not at the level of going through all of the detailed traffic analysis. A lot of what's done at a comprehensive plan level is based on the vehicle trips generated by the proposed development compared to what would be developed otherwise.
Okay, but I mean, just in general, and I'm sorry, I won't take up much more time, but maybe this is a better question for David. I mean, if this is our opportunity now to sort out what the impact is going to be to us and whether or not we suggest it or what questions we have. I mean, I don't want to say let's figure out those details to the next phase in the process when the next phase in the process reduces our ability to influence it. So I'm sorry, I'm not too familiar on the details of the process, but that would be my concern if we're not addressing those issues now.
I don't know if Maria wants to add anything or Brian, you want to add anything, but I do believe you have influence in the process at a later stage. I just want to reiterate what Brian said. That conversation, I don't believe is something we're prepared to discuss now.
David, I'll add as well. Once we get to the rezoning stage, as Brian mentioned, that's when the full detailed traffic impact analysis occurs. One was prepared previously with the Meridian application as it relates to office development. As Brian mentioned, that's a higher impact than what we're talking about here with this comprehensive plan amendment. Residential generates less trips, so by virtue of that land use change, it will have less impact than what was previously approved, thereby reducing the impact on the roads in the future. But as Brian mentioned, trip generation comparison is significantly lower as he showed on the screen.
Thank you. Does that also include traffic analysis on weekends, not just on rush hour timeframes?
So what was on the screen was for rush hour or peak hours during the week and on a daily basis during the weekday. On the weekend, generally, traffic is actually lower because folks aren't going to and from work. Yes, they're making more localized trips, but they're not making the long haul trips that you might make during the week to go to work. So yes, there's typically less traffic on the roads, though the majority of the traffic that is on the roads on the weekend is residential. But the office folks aren't on the roads at that time.
Sure. It's just, I mean, traffic is traffic. And if you've been on Sunset Hills on the weekends, you know it gets very busy. And with each new development, this is a key thing for me. I live in Equestrian Park. My kids for years have gone to South Lakes High School. When I first took my daughter in freshman year, it took me like 7 minutes to get to South Lakes on the other side of the toll road. The number of traffic lights between here and that high school has probably tripled. The amount of time it takes me to get to that high school has at least tripled, if not more. And so, these kind of traffic trips make a real difference.
Okay, let's move on to the next person, Barry.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Barry Steinberg. I'm a resident in Lofts 1. My questions focus primarily on transportation-related issues, but not traffic density per se. Starting at the far west end of the problem, the intersection of Reston Station Boulevard and Wheelie Avenue is a disaster. I don't know who planned it. I hope they don't work for the county any longer. They put in, stoplights and walking paths, except if you want to cross from Reston Station Boulevard over to the metro station, you actually have to go through 2 different lighting systems to do it because somebody forgot to put the 4th crosswalk stoplights in place. I've asked about this and have been told, well, it's not finished yet because EYA is doing its development for the western area of Reston Station Boulevard that shows on Brian's diagrams. Now, EYA has been building forever. I question, how quickly they're ever going to get anything done. But quite frankly, Pulte wins the prize. I have been in this unit for over 3 years. The certificates of occupancy were issued almost 4 years ago. Pulte has yet to finish the work on Reston Station Boulevard in front of Lofts 1. No explanation. I've asked repeatedly about it. I've heard every answer you can dream of. They have yet to finish constructing a road. Then if you go, Brian, to the western border of the project that you're looking at, you'll see that you have Easterly Road in there. Now, Easterly Road, to my understanding, belongs to the Lofts, not to the county, not to Pulte, not to anybody else. And I say that because when I asked Pulte about plowing that and de-icing it, they pointed out that they didn't own it any longer and they had no responsibility for it. Now, if that's the case, it raises a question. Is the county going to exercise a right of eminent domain to seize Easterly, which, by the way, in its construction only goes to the back parking lot of the Lofts? It does not extend all the way down past the eastern border of the Northern Virginia Community College campus. That's also going to be an interesting construction project because it's just about a drop-off when you get to the end of our parking lot. But the bottom line is, we're supposed to be a walkable community and a bicyclable community and all that. We're not. We're not. There are holes in the roads to this day. If you want to walk from my unit after 3 years to the Wheelie Metro stop, you walk through roads that are still not completed. You don't have sidewalks all the way in place after all of these years. So I guess my question is this: what assurance do we get that Pulte is ever going to finish doing its road work, and how are you going to build Easterly Road?
Barry, I'll look into that. I know there was some delays while we coordinated with the development across the street, but I'm not aware of any additional work that we still have to do, but that doesn't mean that what you're saying is not accurate. So I will look into it personally and get back to you personally.
Okay. By the way, the building across the street's been finished for well over a year. There is construction over there.
Can I just jump in real quick? Because I actually had a meeting with Supervisor Alcorn about this issue, about Pulte not paving Reston Station Boulevard. And what Pulte is saying is that they're waiting for EYA to finish their section because they don't want to pave it now and then have to wait till EYA is done. And then when VDOT comes in, take over the road, they might have to repave it again. But to me, that's unacceptable because like Barry said, that road's in terrible condition. We've lived here for almost 4 years in this summer. And to have that road in that condition for that long is unacceptable, the way Pulte has treated us. So I just want to throw that out there. And you really should pave the road. I'm tired of hearing excuses, like Barry said, of why it's not being done.
Well, but the bigger question is this. If Pulte can't pave the road in front of my unit after 4 years, do we have any concern about their ability to finish the project that you're here representing right now? I mean, I think it's a matter of commitment that they've made to the community. I would have thought that after 4 years, as Adam points out, they could certainly get around to fixing the road that got them the certificate of occupancy so that they could sell the units and make their profit. Okay, fine. I have no problem with their profit. I have problems with them performing what I think they're obligated to do.
Barry, as I said, I'm not familiar with this specific issue, but I will get familiar with it quickly and get back to you.
Okay, I appreciate that.
So we need to move on to the next nomination, but I can take one more question. Richard Faulkner.
Yeah, thanks. So just real quick, I just wanted to kind of build on what Chris Kaufman talked about just for input. With the expansion of Hunter Mill into 2 full lanes across the choke point, which has held off a lot of people using that as a main thoroughfare, we're now seeing or expect to see a lot of people starting to use Sunset. And anecdotally, I'll tell you, I've waited 5 or 10 minutes to turn left out of our neighborhood to try to go towards Hunter Mill. And now, once we open up that main thoroughfare, people are coming. It's actually faster to go Sunset, to Wheelie, to loop around, to come back to the other side. And with the higher densities that are going to occur all along this corridor, we're not just talking about peak traffic, we're talking about 24/7 traffic. And that's people that are coming and going and doing and living life like they should. But that's a consideration that has to be weighed in everything here, because the street is going to be a mess. And I forget who said it, I think Tom Markham said it, that we go from 4 lanes to 2 lanes, and we're supposed to expand to 4 lanes and reroute to Crowell, yet we want to crowd everything. And I'm just telling you, the traffic is awful. And so the more density and cars we put or draw through, because of the office space we're building all through the corridor right around the metro stations, is going to draw people through that corridor also. And that's just input for future consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to next move on to the next nomination, which is for Lake Fairfax Business Park. This nomination consists of 7 parcels totaling 42 acres in the Lake Fairfax Business Park. These parcels are developed with office and surface parking and some structured parking that were primarily constructed in the 1980s and 1990s. In addition to the nominated parcels, the business park also contains a mix of additional parcels that contain additional office buildings with a Montessori school, as well as a gym, hotel, and data center that are not part of this nomination. So the business park is located a half-mile to 1-mile radius of the Wheelie Reston East Metro Station, and it's located in the Reston East non-TOD district, which is planned for office, light industrial, institutional, and research and development up to a 0.5 FAR. The area to the south and southwest are also planned for the same uses up to a 0.5 FAR. The area to the west is located in the Wheelie Station TOD and planned for residential mixed use up to a 1.5 FAR. And the area to the east is outside of the Wheelie Reston East TSA and is planned for low density residential at a 0.2 to 0.5 FAR and is developed with the Equestrian Park subdivision. Additionally, Lake Fairfax Park is located to the north of the subject property and is also outside of the Wheelie Reston East TSA. The nomination proposes infill development of the Lake Fairfax Business Park into a village-style mixed-use center by introducing residential and retail uses, which would consist of a mix of townhouses, stacked townhouse, and mid-rise residential, as well as retail, with the retention of some of the existing office and non-residential uses. The nomination proposes a near-term and a long-term vision. The near-term concept, which is shown on the left, consists of the nominated parcels and proposes redevelopment of the office buildings that are currently vacant. And the long-term concept, which is shown on the right, proposes redeveloping the entire business park, including parcels not part of this nomination, including the data center property. Both concepts propose a higher intensity development with a mixed-use core area in the central portion of the business park with a central green that transitions to lower intensity toward the adjacent low-density residential neighborhoods to the east. Some preliminary considerations from staff are the nominator has indicated that 55% of the office park is currently vacant and four buildings are completely vacant. Adding residential and retail to Lake Fairfax Business Park has the potential to create a mix of uses to complement the remaining non-residential uses. If added to the work program, consideration should be given to ensuring compatibility with the surrounding area. This nomination would also provide additional housing opportunities within walking distance of the Wheelie Reston East Metro Station, which supports broader countywide goals. The nominator, Mark Looney, is going to provide an overview of this nomination, so I'm going to turn things over to Mark.
Thanks, David. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Perfect. Well, I'm actually going to kick it off to begin with, and then I'm going to turn it over to Akash Thakkar from EYA, who's going to make the bulk of the presentation. Couple of things to note at the outset. One, as you will hear tonight, the business park is at a point of inflection based on current trends in particularly the suburban office market and particularly older buildings on the periphery of transit station areas. And this creates somewhat of a unique opportunity and perhaps a once-in-a-generation opportunity to rethink what this park wants to be for its next 50 years. We've known what it's been for its first 50 years. We're now headed towards a direction of figuring out what it needs to be for its second 50 years. As Akash will get into, the challenges associated with the park are not unique to this particular location, but nonetheless, because of its location relative to the transit station areas, it presents a real opportunity to try to create a village center style development that includes a mix of uses of both old and new. So I'll turn it over to Akash, and he can go through it in more detail. Thanks.
Hi, folks. Good evening. Can everyone hear me okay? Wonderful. As Mark said, my name is Akash Thakkar, and I'm a partner with the firm EYA, and wanted to share with you our thoughts this evening around Lake Fairfax Business Park. I understand that many of you are somewhat familiar or maybe even very familiar with EYA given our work in Reston. Wanted to share a brief summary because we do think the style of our projects, the density or maybe lack thereof of our projects, and how we operate as a business hopefully dovetails nicely with the work all of you are doing in Reston. So we've been around about 30 years, built a lot of housing in and around the region. We're well capitalized, so when we start a project that we take on, we finish it, and we finish it properly. Locally based, fully integrated team, so we're based in Bethesda, Maryland, and have projects only in DC, Maryland, and Virginia, and we've been around for 30 years and plan on being around for the next 30. And so if we always like to say, to the extent anyone has a question or comment or such, picking up the phone and calling an EYA principal is easy to do. And last, but certainly not least, we are community oriented. We envision this to be, not the first, but a meeting in a series of meetings that we will have with the property owners on site, with Equestrian Park, and all of the residents that live there, with our neighbors at Michael Faraday Court, who you heard from Andrew Boehner about today, in order to get to a place that hopefully works for the majority of folks on this call. And in Reston, a little bit about where we build in and around DC and in and around metros. As you can see, our tagline is life within walking distance, and then some pictures. What we're aiming to show here is not necessarily what we might plan for this site, but if you look at the architecture in each and every one of these pictures, it is distinct, different, and unique, and part of what we would aim to do is work with staff and the community and the supervisor to get the look, the feel, the character, the bulk, the density right in terms of what may happen as part of this business park. In some ways, the prior presenters this evening have shared a very, very similar story. This one might be a bit more dire only because of its size and scale. As Mark said, I'm
not hearing anything. So Akash, you broke up for a second. You might have.
Okay. How much did you guys miss?
You cut out right as you said, as Mark said.
Okay. Okay.
And then
Let me try. I apologize. I'm in my office and I thought there would be
a situation. That's where you left off.
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Great. So I said, as Mark was saying, this area was planned for office. What is interesting is we have seen this trend, and EYA has done a lot of work in DC, Maryland, and Virginia with regard to older office parks that are not securing tenants. And that shift was starting long before COVID happened, and COVID exacerbated that shift. Is sort of one general trend that I'm sure many of you have read about and a lot of folks have talked about this evening. The second trend that is just as impactful is in Reston, with great places like Halley Rise and Reston Station, and Tyson's close by, Mosaic. All of those have extraordinarily high quality and highly amenitized office space. And so while we unfortunately do think that the trend of reducing office space is going to continue, those that are leasing office space like EYA and others are looking to be in highly amenitized, frankly, more dense locations with your gyms and your restaurants and your large mix of uses and frankly higher density. And Class B and C office like we have here have the highest vacancy rates, in the region, with continued deterioration. And we can talk a little bit about now the owner support for the SSPA application is broad. And so there are a number of parcels, 3, that EYA has direct control of. And by that, I mean EYA is working with the National Wildlife Federation, 7 acres, 100% vacant. And I believe they're on the call and can certainly share a little bit more of the why behind that. Pragmatics, another Fairfax County-based minority-owned firm, 5 acres, also vacant. And then the former Freddie Mac site, 6 acres on the corner of Sunset and Business Center Drive, also vacant. Those are parcels that EYA controls directly. And then the company RMR, separate company from EYA, owns 2 parcels, 10-acre parcel and a 7-acre parcel. And their large parcel smack dab in the middle of the business park, I believe it's somewhere around 270,000 square feet of office, has been fully vacant for several years. And each of these owners have tried and tried again to lease to office users, and I think that would be their preference, frankly, because they've got existing assets that they bought or built for that purpose. And unfortunately, the market, for the reasons I've stated and others have stated, hasn't responded. So the question then is, what might we be able to do about it? What is interesting about this office park is it has Lifetime Fitness, which very much wants to stay and prosper, is our understanding. But obviously, without the tenants in the park that they thought they'd have, they're not getting the traffic that they thought they might. Similarly, the hotel that Thompson Hospitality owns and runs probably isn't seeing the same business, at least from inside the park, that it would like to see. And so there are opportunities to support existing uses that are in the park, while introducing, and what we're here to talk about today, is some amount of housing, what I'd call amenity retail, not sort of large downtown type retail, but really amenity retail for the neighborhood. I've heard a lot of talk about open spaces, and because the amalgam of all of us owners and EYA as a developer controls so many of the parcels, it can really be planned cohesively with housing, retail, open space, walkability, and to go back to one of the earlier presenters, connection through Michael Faraday. We think the Michael Faraday court idea is a good one in terms of allowing movement without full consolidation, but really the ability to connect to the business park. Heard a lot about traffic, and I'm sure we'll talk about that, but the idea of having 2 points of ingress and egress, Michael Faraday and Business Center Drive off of Sunset Hills, will certainly increase mobility through the site and congestion and sort of where the cars come in and out of the property. Go to the next slide here. Give me a second. We have looked at, just for folks' knowledge, a number of different uses because, as you heard me say, ideally, these office buildings might be utilized for office, but we've looked at private office, I talked about both private office, GSA, and medical. The GSA, that's the government, is not as focused on leasing buildings that they don't own. And they're even reducing their footprint in terms of buildings they do own. So that's a huge tenet for the DC metro area that has really pared back. The private sector has done the same. Medical office is something we've looked into, and there just isn't the demand, in this particular area. Data centers, another option that folks have looked into, and given the size of the parcels, the fractured ownership, and the desire to be in much larger data-centric parks, that wasn't necessarily use that could work. Industrial, it is a possibility, I suppose, but difficult sort of given where the site is and the other industrial options. We've looked at even converting the buildings to housing, which would be maybe larger buildings in some cases, but very difficult to do given that office buildings are designed for office, and our thought here is, housing that is more tailored to how folks live. Retail, there probably is limited demand. So again, nothing too dense or too significant, but retail options that could be utilized by the surrounding community and those who might live there is something we think could make sense. And then, moderate density housing, not on all the parcels, but on those that, have this vacancy right now, together with retail, together with open space, we think could make for a compelling new village type concept that we have built in other areas, EYA has, and could certainly look to propose here. So you can see the two ingress and egress points, one off Sunset Hills and one off Michael Faraday. This is very preliminary, and certainly the folks at Equestrian Park have asked for more detail, and we're certainly happy to share that, as we move through the process, and if that's something that is requested sooner rather than later. I think certainly for parcels that might move forward more quickly and on the east side of Business Center Drive that would be adjacent to Equestrian, we certainly could, get into more detail. And as you've heard me say, I have worked actually with Mark Looney on a number of projects with EYA-style housing adjacent to single-family homes, and the architecture, the buffers, the price point, which often is quite high for the market rate units, the tree save, all of those types of things are things that we take extraordinarily seriously and hope to be able to work with community members to address. The county staff showed the potential short-term development, and potentially, and in my view, this is, maybe 20 or 30 years, because I don't see, for example, Lifetime Fitness or the data center or Thompson Hospitality, based on conversations, nothing concrete going anywhere anytime soon. And to the extent that there is some revitalization of the park that would bolster their ability to stay and, office or provide, the fitness facility or what have you. Compatible neighborhood scale residential design is sort of our bread and butter. You can see the project on the left is something we did right off of Wilson Boulevard in Clarendon. The project on the right in Rockville, Maryland, big community center in the middle, very large park, really well utilized and like a wonderful community gathering place. This project is on the right is just about built out and might be something nice for folks to see as we move forward through the process in terms of how a community that likely will not be as dense as even the EYA community at Wheelie Metro, how an EYA community that I would call more gentle in terms of number of units and density might look and feel. These are two good examples. Two more examples here. The one on the left is a project we did at Cabin John Village Shopping Center in Potomac, Maryland. The one on the right is in Silver Spring, Maryland. Craftsman-style architecture, height in the scale with height at a scale with the surrounding neighborhood, and in both cases worked very closely with the surrounding neighborhoods to sort of get the architecture, the look, feel, and the character right. County did a great job of laying out our request, but the idea is that there is and will be a mix of uses here, but at the same time there are at least 4 parcels today that are in dire need of some sort of reimagining and rethinking, and if done together, I think could be done really well and cohesively and in a way that we can work with all the folks on this phone today, or sorry, the Teams meeting. So the benefits, and this is my last slide, and then we can jump into questions. Revitalize the failing office park and sustain existing users. This looks not too dissimilar, I think, Andrew, from a slide that you put up, although we did not coordinate on our two projects, either Andrew or Brian. I don't recall which one, but the idea of supporting the hotel, fitness, and office uses, create some daytime use, evening customers, and vitality for what's on the site. This may not be as much of a community issue as it is probably a county issue, but the tax base on those parcels that are vacant is fast declining and probably are and were very important to providing the services that the county offers. And that's just sort of a bigger picture issue that I think the county will likely have to deal with. Addressing housing and the need for housing with neighborhood scale residential. And make that point because even the project we're involved in down by the Metro, as well as what is happening down by the Metro, is just at a very different size and scale and density than what we are thinking here. You heard the folks at Michael Faraday Court talk about their density at a 1.5 on one side and then equestrian on the other side, to one home every 2 acres. And the idea is to really be transitional in nature. We are very close to the Metro, and the Michael Faraday connection will make that walk and or drive and or bike ride quite simple. But at the same time, want to be very clear that we understand and respect our neighbors to the east, and look to work with them to get that transition right. We have had initial meetings very early with Equestrian, with Supervisor Alcorn and county staff, just to lay out our vision. And then in terms of infrastructure, the grid of streets and the completion of Michael Faraday, we have talked to the group working on that proposal about how we might work together and contribute to that. We would like to, as that application talked about, increase access to both the Metro and the trail and the park. And we'd like to, as I said, and as I'll close, really knit this together in a way that can, in some ways, it'll probably be greener and more environmentally sustainable and more dynamic than what it is today. And of course, we want to work with all of you to address impacts as they may be. So I will stop there and open it for questions. Mark, if you have anything to add, please do share. And I'm happy to pull back up any of the slides that you'd like me to, but I took off slides just so we can see each other's faces.
Okay, we're going to start with Teresa.
Yes, thank you very much for convening this meeting. I live at 1730 Dressage Drive, about 150 feet from the boundary of this development. And there's a couple things I want to mention. I know time is short. Number one, we have a 10-foot bridle path easement that runs along the boundary parallel to your proposed development. And the development will infringe on our quiet enjoyment of that bridle path for those that have horses, which also I notice that the slides have it listed as equestrian estates. It's incorrect. It's actually equestrian park. So
I apologize.
So, and the equestrian part of that is very key to the flavor of the community, because we do have horses, and there's a 10-foot bridle path easement that I don't see anywhere mentioned on your diagrams. So, number one. Number two, it's a virtual wildlife superhighway between the buffer between our property and Equestrian Park in this proposed development. We have coyotes that will likely prey on these dogs that you have proposed in your dog park. We have a bear that we just came through the neighborhood. We have owls. We have blue heron that ate one of my fish in my koi pond. We have red-cockaded woodpeckers, which are an endangered species. And I'm concerned that there might be a taking in violation of the Endangered Species Act, which the red-cockaded woodpecker is listed not just on the federal statute, but also Virginia recognizes that as an endangered species. I've seen a decline in the red cockaded woodpecker. I kept a tree in my front yard. It's their habitat. They bang a hole in there. And every year I've been seeing fewer and fewer of them. So that I want looked at. And not to mention the deer, and there's a fox den. There's but 100 feet from your development. So we have fox, deer, animals traverse the superhighway back here. The deer, there's a herd. I've counted 1, 2, 5, 7, 9, 10 deer at a time that traverse that buffer there that you guys want to bring your property up to. We're going to have extra cars, extra people, noise. I want to make sure all that's taken into account, the environmental impact on these animals that can't be present on the Zoom call or this Teams thing. They don't have a voice. Number 3, as my neighbors had already mentioned, the traffic will be horrendous. On a good day, we have to wait to get out of Equestrian Park, whether I want to go left or right. And I've seen at least 4 or 5 occasions, I can just think off the top of my head, where people have come from the Wheelie side of town. I'm trying to go left out of the subdivision. For some reason, cars come in, circle around behind me, and try to go back the way they just came. I don't know what that is all about. But the traffic situation, as Tom mentioned, Richard mentioned, I don't care what you say, Patty or Tammy mentioned the increased human beings footprint. They have cars, 100, 200, 300 people. Everyone has 2 cars these days. So whether it's Monday, Sunday, Friday, or Tuesday, people go places. They live. They need to go to school, like Tom has to take his kid to school. You got 5 more stoplights. So my concern is, are we going to have a light at Equestrian Park? Is the fire truck going to be able to get through this 2-lane congested mess? Those are all my concerns, and I submitted a letter to Supervisor Alcorn and Ms. O'Donnell, I think her name is. I want that included in the record, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Can you share your name one more time with me?
Teresa Ford, F-O-R-D.
Okay. So Teresa, if I might just take a quick minute, and I know we have a lot of folks to get to, and I would imagine some similar themes. Number 1, thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Number 2, maybe some of the easier ones, to the extent there are any easements or anything like that, we will of course honor them. We will have to look into a lot of what you talked about with regard to the animal habitat for sure. What I will say though is that these properties could be redeveloped by right and of a fairly high intensity and fairly close to the property line, and Mark can give us a little more detail about what that looks like at today. So there is an ability to redevelop, and you'd have to redevelop within the guidelines that are currently in place.
So light industrial use, not high density.
What's that?
Which are light industrial use consistent with the neighborhood next door and not at high density. And per the draft comprehensive Reston plan, it would prohibit that. What you're
right.
saying.
So, well, that's why we're proposing an SSPA. But in terms of density, a 0.5, just to be very clear, of industrial or office, which is what is there today, does produce a tremendous amount if it is occupied, traffic and people and the like. And we can talk about that. Others have talked about that today. But that's why we're proposing an SSPA, because there is a real market challenge. And whether it's EYA or somebody else, and again, this is not specific to this office park, but it is specific to Fairfax County and frankly the entire country. What are we going to do with acres upon acres of obsolete buildings? And ours is one proposal that we think addresses the market and can be done in a compatible way. So with regard to traffic, because that's been a theme that we understand, we appreciate, and want to be a part of the solution for. And so allow us to dig in. We don't have details on traffic because this is an early stage, but we can certainly provide more detail there in terms of what that'll look like. But we like the other applicants have looked at the numbers in detail, and office buildings do provide a tremendous amount of traffic, and the type of residential which is not high density density, just to be clear, that we're proposing doesn't. And we have a lot of data with regard to other projects we've completed in Fairfax County and counted trips once they have been completed that bear out that fact. I saw something in the comments that said, take high density off the table. I think staff will tell you we have not proposed and are not proposing high density because we're not on top of the metro, and that would be inappropriate.
Next we have Lyle Kelman.
Good evening. Thank you so much. I just have 3 points. Akash, I just want, as a resident stuck in traffic, when I go to my dentist off of Sunrise Valley over by Roland Clark, when you drive in there, I can't see in your renderings where people park, what the parking situation looks like. It's a disaster for me to just go to my dentist now because of these new buildings that are going up. So parking, projection of number of cars, and the transportation infrastructure that is going to be needed to support this development. And we need that, please, addressed early, not later, so that we're not listening to the complaints I think Barry articulated very well in the previous session about the challenges your community, EYA, next to Reston Station, are having with the other developers. So the infrastructure has to be addressed early. And those are my 3 points. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Lyle, and all fair points. And we will certainly start digging into all of those.
Okay, next we have Ben Coda.
Good evening. My name is Ben Coda. I'm General Counsel of the National Wildlife Federation. I represent NWF today. I want to speak on behalf of the nomination of EYA's submission for Lake Fairfax Business Park. Overall, as Akash noted, the site is currently an office park with extreme vacancy. Our office alone is 87,000 square feet, very lightly used. While we've attempted to lease up our own building, there's little demand and this space is severely underutilized. From my perspective, the overall vacancy in the park is hurting the tax base and existing businesses in the park. We believe there's a need for county leadership for the business park. The county has approved and promoted projects closer to the Reston Town Center and now needs to provide adequate market-based solutions appropriate for older, non-competitive office parks. EYA as a developer, as you've heard, we believe has a reputation of working with communities and focusing not on high density development, but on moderate density neighborhood and village-like development. This is a planned approach for this proposal, and as one of the commenters previously noted about concerns of wildlife, we share those concerns, and we would welcome any future conversations with Akash and the adjacent property owners about, our own particular thoughts. In addition, the proximity to the metro and a new connection to Michael Faraday would make this particular SSPA application an attractive repositioning of the properties. Thanks for taking the time to consider my remarks and the nomination.
Thank you, Ben. Next we have Eric Wolf.
Hi, thank you for taking the time to allow us to speak. So I've been in Reston for about 18 years. I live directly across from the Lake Fairfax Business Park. In fact, as I drafted the words for these thoughts on it was a Sunday morning, it was peaceful and it was quiet, and it wasn't peaceful because it was vacant. It was peaceful because of the way this is zoned. Because in fact, the very next morning, there was the laughter of kids at the Reston Montessori School, which is in fact the newest tenant of the complex, and shows that the complex can prosper, as many are around the country, with just new visioning of what goes in the park. I don't think you have to completely bulldoze the park, as they've suggested, and then put in density. In fact, when I looked at one of the earlier speakers asked how much the residences were going for in the other development, I looked at EYA's development just down the road. The townhomes with elevators are going for about $1 million. I backed into the tax value of some of the buildings that they control, which I think means options. And based on what I backed into the numbers are and looking at their plan envisioning townhomes, they're talking on massive returns of investment that is very different than helping the county It's the buildings that they control that they can get for on the order of $10 million, and then you're putting in 40 or so townhomes or something like that. But I would encourage people to look at that because I think that's a driving factor for the office park. It's a business that sees a big return on investment. But I'm going to say I'm not against density because EYA is building down the street in the transit-oriented development area right across the street from the metro and not next to any existing established neighborhoods, which is a guiding principle of the comprehensive plan. We are an existing neighborhood, and that's why I think this land is inappropriate to be developed in this fashion. In fact, Supervisor Alcorn's somewhat new to this, but the predecessors and others on the planning committee know that this is an ongoing drumbeat of developers buying up land around or getting options on land around Hunter Mill, around the office park, attempting to redevelop it at density. And every time one of these major exceptions has been proposed, it has the county, and I encourage the county who's making a decision to remember every time this has happened, there has been strong opposition by homeowners association in unity, community groups like the Hunter Mill Defense League, and even county task force findings like the last time they stood up the Hunter Mill Road Task Force for land right in this area. The county has been told every time. And in fact, this time, the county has a draft Reston comprehensive plan that, if approved, would specifically prohibit this type of building. So my request would be, since this plan is under review and would not allow this work, I'm requesting this nomination be declined altogether, or at a minimum, let the county do its business and wait until the next SSPA review, after which the county has improved the plan. And I want to stress one more thing. You know, in making the case for this development, Reston village centers are introduced. Reston's a planned area. No village center has ever been here. This is planned as the green buffer in dense centers between Reston Town Center and Tyson's. And every time we introduce density here, we are eroding a planned feature of transition in the green buffer. There's talk about this office park not being able to thrive, but we have seen with the introduction of the Montessori school, it can thrive. So I appreciate the time, I appreciate the county's consideration, and do want to say, as an existing homeowner in a stable neighborhood, and remember, one of the principles within the planning is the impact on the stable neighborhoods, we're entirely against this. So thanks for the time.
Understood. What I can say to you, Eric, is appreciate that the Montessori school has come in, but that represents, less than 0.1% of the space that is vacant in the park. And something does have to be done about that. The market has changed, and our understanding anyway is that the SSPA process is exactly for this type of reason. When you have, there's no question that there's a significant problem. I hear what you might be saying, and I think a number of the other owners are on this call and can walk you through their efforts to try to do what maybe you might prefer them to do. But there is a real problem and challenge, and what EYA in particular in other communities, not too dissimilar from yours, has been successful at is proposing buffers. Frankly, a lot more green space would be part of this larger redevelopment than is there today. Should it move forward, heights would probably be significantly lower in most cases than what is there today. The mix of uses would be more vibrant and more in keeping with the 21st century in terms of mixed use than what there is today. So I understand the perspective, and if you're a hard no, then we probably wouldn't be able to change your mind. But we are collaborative, and we're looking for a solution here that the office park owners have come to us with a challenge about, and we think we're certainly a good solution, and would ask the county to look at our proposal in that way.
Thank you. We have a lot of comments to move through. Jesse is next.
Thank you. It's Jesse Hebert. I'm the vice president in the RMR Group's asset management department. We own 1760 Business Center Drive and 1759 Bennett Business Center Drive. Those are two, I would say, large Class B office buildings. And I do just want to talk a little bit about our experience in the park. We have owned these assets for over 10 years. We're long-term owners, as we typically are, for all of our investments. And we have been sitting on 1760 Business Center Drive for nearly 5 years. It has been 100% vacant since that time. When the previous tenant departed in 2018, we spent tens of millions of dollars in repositioning capital to try to set that building up for kind of a next generation of leasing. We've spent a lot of resources and time trying to get occupants and tenants, office occupants for that asset. As things stand today, that building remains 100% vacant. We have seen very little prospects, particularly in the last few years, for future tenants. And it is our expectation for our property across the street at 1759 that when that tenant leaves, we will have a similar experience in terms of our ability to re-tenant these buildings. So I can say, based on our own experience within this park, that we do not believe that office is a viable use going forward. We own 32 million square feet of office across the country. This is a story we see playing out in many, if not all, markets. And it is, this type of, suburban Class B office park is really going to be challenged going forward. And I think in many respects will become obsolete. And we think this is one area that is the case. And so I would just make the point as, an institutional level, large scale commercial office owner, we put a lot of resources to work here to try to make office, which is our preferred use, be viable, and we just don't see a path forward for it at this point. So we are strongly supportive of the nomination, and I think the only alternative from our standpoint is to evaluate alternate uses within that park. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Mike Simmons.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. I'd like to second what Jesse and Ben said. We're in similar roles here in that our company is owners of some of the office buildings we're talking about here tonight. And I think I won't belabor the conversation, but the challenge in the office environment today cannot be overstated. Parks like this they were designed 40 to 50 years ago. They don't work. They don't have demand. And notwithstanding Eric's comment regarding the Montessori school, that is just one small use in a very small building. We cannot fill our buildings with uses like that. There's a lot of really strong office tenants in Reston. They're going to modern Class A buildings that have been built, with easy access to Metro and lots of amenities around them. It's really exciting for everyone and everyone in the community. But those tenants are leaving properties like this to go there, right? So that's a problem. We look at what's proposed here, and it's hard to envision a better transition from the beautiful bucolic residential to the east and the really heavy density development that's going on at the doorstep here to the west. I know folks don't like to hear about properties potentially being redeveloped, but with no office demand and no viable future for these buildings, they will be redeveloped, right? We own these buildings and we need to do something with them to make them productive. It is a business. It's our business to own properties and do well for our investors. And it's really hard to sit here and look at the uses that are available to us under industrial zoning and think about how those uses could be better buffers and better neighbors to Equestrian Park than a really nice, landscaped and mature townhome community, right? Where EYA preserves the tree buffers and expands them. And so we struggle with how alternate developments to this would be viewed. It's very easy to not want development, but it's going to happen. It's a matter of how. And this makes sense to us. And we've been, bystanders in lots of projects around the region over lots of years, and seen how this particular team approaches their developments. And I think we've always been struck with how thoughtful they are and collaborative they are with the neighbors, right? This area becomes part of the existing neighborhood. And I think, that the redevelopment of it is one thing, but the hands that the redevelopment is in, I think is another thing to just emphasize here, that these guys have been doing it for decades and do it well. And I think it would be a successful process and one we're certainly, really supportive of.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Next we have Anna Marie and Jay.
Thank you, David, and Akash, thanks for the presentation. I just want to I see both view here. Obviously, as a struggling business owner, I would have the same view as the previous person had. However, you can redevelop the industrial business park. We are not talking about adding 300 plus units to a green space. We all moved here. I lived in San Francisco before and Geneva, and I moved here because I wanted green space. Every house is located in 2+ acres in our neighborhood. We want to preserve that. We don't want high density. We don't want medium density. We want 2 acres per house. That's what we bought in. This is what we have. This is a green buffer. This is an environment escape and haven for the wildlife, which was already kind of taken out from where you have your new developments. You have to, I think, somehow understand that, yes, develop the industrial park into office buildings and do it what it used to be in a modern 21st century way. But do not take over the green space what already taken into, other places. And when you have 2 acres per house, now you want to do 0.4 acres, 0.2 acre per house or townhouses. This is not the neighborhood which is interested in that. And Bethesda was developed very nicely that way. If anyone wants to live in a city or in a village or a town, they move to your environment because, Akash, you're doing a great job to develop those kind of neighborhoods, but we are not interested in that. And that's not what we want in our existing neighborhood. And thanks so much for the space.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Just a question in terms of the green space. So I want to be clear that EYA is not proposing, or the development project is not proposing to take any green space away from Equestrian Park. In fact, what we are proposing is to create better, greener overall park, because as you guys well know, there's not much green space in the office park today, to be precise, because it is an office park with parking lots and large buildings. But whether it be wildlife habitat or green space on the equestrian estates, equestrian park, side, we're certainly not proposing touching any of that. And in addition, what we are proposing, and maybe we just need to show some more detail, we would like to provide better, greener buffers than what exists today, and scale of buildings that is more compatible than, at least height-wise, architecture-wise, and such, than what is there today. So understand the comments, but just wanted to be clear on what we're suggesting. And I will note, and I know that there may be debate around this, this is walkable to a metro station, and SSPA processes are meant to reevaluate land use based on the facts on the ground as they are today. And with the dewest of respect, office is not an option. Whatever happens here, this proposal may gain steam, it may fail. Office is not an option, and it is something that the county, forget about EYA for a second, will have to deal with, number one. Number two, you have owners, and I think there are some other ones on the line as well, who have owned this property in good faith and been good stewards to Fairfax County and are raising their hand and saying, I have a problem, and the market has wildly moved from under my feet, and I'm asking for some help to try to come up with something balanced and reasonable and sensible to put forth that will have, to the extent we can, minimal impact on a lot of the things you're talking about. So I hear you. I think what we're saying as a group is that certainly not EYA maybe, but the property owners should have a voice because they own the properties and they've been good stewards, and they're asking for a solution that hopefully can address some of the challenges in the county around housing, and can address what is an extraordinarily significant large-scale problem with, thousands or hundreds of thousands of square feet of vacant office space that cannot be built as new office. They're very nice buildings. Certainly RMR's 10 acres. It's gorgeous, and they've spent so much money investing in it to try to get a tenant, and unfortunately, due to forces beyond their control, that hasn't been possible.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Akash. Just a comment on top of that. I wanted to bring out my San Francisco company to rent one of the building there. And the reason why they didn't rent it, they were saying it's not walkable to the metro station. So if you would think people who are going to live there are going to walk to the metro station, I'll tell you right now, most of them going to take their car and have more cars on the road. That's just a comment on how close we are to the metro.
Thank you. It's after 9, and we still have one more nomination to go through. So can everyone keep their comments brief so we can get to everyone? Frank is next. Frank Spahn.
Hi, thank you. Yes, I just want to say I'm a Reston resident over on Sunrise Valley. I think this kind of thing is excellent. It's exactly kind of what we'd love to see, which is like these abandoned office buildings, surface parking lots getting transformed into more of a mixed use community, walkable to the metro. It's in this TSA area. It's already envisioned to kind of, I think this is excellent, so thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Next we have Kimmy Dong.
I'm the owner of Pragmatics, and we own the building for more than 10 years. Expect that we have a lot more people, but the situation is changed. We cannot lease out the office, so it's very empty, and it really hurt our business. So when Akash came by and proposed to convert it to residential, we are very happy to support him because it helped our business. I think that's all I want to say.
Thank you. Thank you, Kimmy. And now we have Chris Kaufman.
Yeah, thank you. I'll try to be brief. I'm also a homeowner in the Equestrian Park neighborhood. And while I can acknowledge the issues with the business park, certainly, I can see how quiet that space is. I think almost all the traffic I see coming in and out are really for the exercise facility back there. But I can acknowledge the issue, and I don't oppose new development in theory, but you have to appreciate the fear that we have here, right? I mean, Reston is a planned community. It's supposed to have a town center and 4 planned village centers around it. And outside of that plan, we see an enormous amount of development with huge, immense buildings at the Wheelie Station. And I think I moved in here around 2008. Maybe I was uninformed at the time, but I certainly did not have any vision whatsoever that something that large would be built so close to this planned low-density area. And so any new developments we see, we're always going to be concerned. And we see that large-scale development encroaching on our low-density area. And as I understood the comprehensive plan, the use requiring special permit here will not adversely impact adjacent land uses and the overall low-density residential character of the area. And that's the comprehensive plan. And in the newer interim recommendations, planning principle number 5, appropriate transitions will be provided between new development and residential neighborhoods. The stability of existing residential areas will be preserved. Now, I know what you're proposing is not a high-density area, and it's not a high-density business area per se. But, and I can be open to any proposals that you might have, but they need to preserve the intention of the zoning that exists today, I believe. And that's not just my opinion. I mean, that's what I bought into with the comprehensive plans and even the interim recommendations for the updates at Reston. So that's the kind of thing that I'm looking for. And when I read your proposal, what I hear in your own words is replacing a fairly quiet business hours only business park with a, quote, vibrant village-scaled mixed-use community. Now, a vibrant village-scaled size community is not what I see there today. When we talk about Reston and we have our 4 village centers, if you're talking about something that is village-scaled on that level near this low-density area, that's expected to have a transition buffer between our low-density area and those other high-density areas, that causes concern. And so I think any proposals going forward are going to have to address those issues.
Let me just say,
Chris,
go ahead. Sorry.
Well, Chris, this is Mark Looney. Let me build on one of your points because I think it's something we ought to emphasize. Part of what this opportunity presents is the ability for Equestrian Park and other concerned or interested groups to help form and shape what any redevelopment in Lake Fairfax Business Park looks like, because it would be going through this comprehensive plan amendment process and a subsequent rezoning of the property, which means that there's a lot of input and a lot of opportunities to help shape the form in which that occurs. The inflection point for everyone is in a by right redevelopment scenario, that opportunity doesn't exist. The park is split zoned I-3 and I-4. In the I-3 district, the side and rear setbacks from a zoning perspective are set by the height of the building. So a building that is 20 feet tall only has to be set back from the property line 20 feet in the I-3 district. In the I-4 district, there are no rear and side yard setbacks, which means that the buildings could be built literally right up to the property line. Consequently, all of the things that we're talking about preserving and working to maintain through the process potentially are either degraded or lost in the event of by right redevelopment. And so part of what we're presenting to the community is an opportunity to help shape and inform what that development looks like as opposed to having it imposed upon you.
Does the current comprehensive plan and the draft comprehensive plan specifically address the buffer between the two properties?
Not if it develops by right. In a by right development scenario, the comprehensive plan is inapplicable. The comprehensive plan only comes into play in the event of a rezoning, special exception, or special permit application where you're asking for a change to the base zoning. In a by right scenario, the comprehensive plan doesn't come into effect. And I'll let staff weigh in if they want to comment on that.
I guess I'm trying to understand the point that you're making. Are you saying that if we're trying to defend against certain developments that we shouldn't use the comprehensive plan as a way to defend against it because it doesn't come into play here? Or I'm
suggesting
I'm
suggesting two things.
Okay.
This meeting tonight and the SSPA proposal is a request to change that comprehensive plan as it applies to this particular area for the reasons that Akash set forth. In the context, and so therefore whatever the comprehensive plan is amended to say is what would govern and would overlay any rezoning proposal that comes forward to change the zoning from I-3 and I-4 to something else. And
Okay,
so
well,
whatever guidance is set forth in the comprehensive plan at that time would be the governing basis upon which any rezoning application would be reviewed. In a by right, go ahead.
So fair enough, right? I understand. We're proposing to change the comprehensive plan here. But also the purpose of this meeting is for you to get feedback from those who are impacted by it so that the county can also include that feedback in their thinking. And what I'm going to tell the county is, look, we bought this land specifically because of the way it was situated. And we bought this land because of the designs inside that comprehensive plan. And perhaps I a few times tonight, not trying to single anyone out, but it's really frustrating when the pitch is, hey, you should buy into this because we could do worse. That's fine, and it may be true, but it doesn't help me buy into what you're proposing. And so all I'm suggesting is that if you want our buy-in, you need to understand that we bought here because the comprehensive plan zoned that space for a reason. We would like to see that zoning maintained. That can be through other business park or business ideas. There's lots of different ways you can do that. Maybe it's by changing it into more of a mixed residential retail use. But regardless, what we have today is a quiet business hours buffer zone between us and encroaching development. And when I read in your proposal a plan to change that quiet business park to a vibrant village-scaled mixed-use community, I get concerned about what you're envisioning with that. Because if what you're envisioning is North Point of Reston, then that's going to be too large and you'll never get my buy-in on something that large. So I need to see more details about what you're proposing here, because there's way too much wiggle room in that kind of language. And village scaled in reference or in context with Reston is large and definitely a big contrast to what exists today. So if we are going to go forward, if you want our feedback, those are the kind of things you need to know. I mean, I understand the need to redevelop that area. I can see how quiet and unoccupied it is, but we're not going to be on board if you're going to try and do something as high density as across the street. Maybe we can find some room in the middle here, but when I read the words vibrant village scaled mixed community, that's not what I'm thinking. And so that's my feedback. That's my input so far.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And that's what the next step in all of this is, to better define the parameters of what that would look like. So I think
forgive me because I don't understand the process as well as you do. I'm sorry for interrupting, but okay. I'm always worried about these conversations when they say that's the next step, because I don't know how much freedom I have to influence the process in the next step.
So, Chris, let me just, and sorry, David, I know you want to move on. Chris, appreciate the comments. All I can say is I'd like, and look, I don't know exactly what's in your head. We can certainly share quite quickly what is in our head. And I think we thought that village may be the wrong term. We can show you some other examples of our more gentle projects, which aren't like what we are building close to the metro. But we're looking for a group of folks who will collaborate with us. And if it's a hard no, we understand that. That doesn't give us a lot to work with. If it is, there is an understanding that the property owners themselves have a real need here for something to happen, and that what we are proposing might fit into some of the county's policies in terms of what they're looking to do. If there's sort of a general understanding that we need to do something, we'd love to dig into it much further and understand what you are saying, and hope to be able to address your concerns, frankly, better in my mind than what is even there today. So I'll stop there.
Okay, thanks. We really need to move on. So Tom Markham is the next.
And actually, before Tom speaks, this is Graham Owen. Also, I work with David and DPD. We do want to let people know that we have a hard cutoff at 10 o'clock, not for ourselves, but for the recording. It cuts out at 3 hours. So we do want to make sure that the next couple of comments are concise so that we can get to the Brookfield nomination. So I just want to make sure that people are aware of that because we are going to need to wrap this up so that we can get through that one as well. So thank you.
Yeah, I'll make my comments very brief. And it's really more two pieces of advice for the developers that are on this call. really. And I'll just give this advice, take it for what it's worth, and move on to whoever wants to talk next. First of all, I live in Equestrian Park. We know the area around us is going to change. And we're not all of us are completely against change. So please understand that. But I think a lot of us, until the road, the Sunset Hills road is realigned and widened, unless that's part of the plans of creating more density around here, I don't think it's going to work. Not for us. So the developers, you guys need to get together with whoever owns the property where that realignment is supposed to take place, get some sort of deal going, and work that into your plans. That's advice number one. Advice number two is kind of something that Chris alluded to. And, when you guys are talking about these, areas and what you can do by right, and making it sound like, oh, what we can do by right is worse than what we're proposing. Sorry, the residents around here are not going to react well to that. That's essentially a threat. And we're just not going to, we're humans just don't react well to threats. So you guys can just stop that sort of language in these discussions. And that's my two pieces of advice, and I'll just leave it for somebody else.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Next we have Matt Kleinbell.
Hi, Matt Kleinbell with one of the office building ownerships in the park. And I just want to briefly let everyone know that there was a lot of thought into picking EYA as the group we partnered with. We spoke with many other townhome and developers, and we felt they weren't going to work with the community, especially on such a large tract of land as this. And the flexibility they will have to work with you all next door is far greater than most of the other groups that we spoke to. And I think if you give them a chance, they will definitely be able to address your concerns as far as green space, walkability, the road widening, et cetera. That's going to be a bigger county solution. Obviously EYA is prepared to do their part, or they wouldn't be here. And I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Next we have Fong Star Whiskey.
Starzewski.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, that's okay. Mark, good to see you again. Akash, question for you. Thank you for the presentation. And I might have blanked out there because it's late. Did you give any type of numbers in that presentation in terms of when you talk about mixed use, residential, retail, possibly maybe some office space mixed into there? Did you give any numbers on residential, how many you were talking about, how many units, how much square footage you guys are talking about in terms of retail? If you're doing office space or thinking about office space, how much of that you're thinking about?
So we haven't, Fong. We didn't provide any of that yet. And look, I want to say, I get the comment that when you hear things like that happens in the next step, that makes me worried. It would make me worried also if I heard that comment. So what we'd like to do is, when we have a little bit more time, David, share with you some sketches, some plans that show densities and heights and buffers, and kind of getting into those more specifically. I will tell you, we just had a project approved in Supervisor Faust's district, working with this team adjacent to the Pimmit Hills neighborhood. It was an old office building, many similar characteristics, 12 to 16 townhouse units per acre was what we worked with the surrounding community and Supervisor Faust and the county to have approved. And with that, we were able to save a ton of trees. Mark worked on that case as well, provide much more green space that was on the site. And I think, Mark, that site had a very similar current zoning or prior zoning to what this office park has. And so, Fong, to answer the question, that might be a good example of the type of thing we are thinking.
Okay, and how many acres that we were talking about? You had mentioned
Yeah,
the parcels. How much?
That property was 7 acres. That's why I mentioned it as well. So it's similar to the 7-acre former Freddie Mac site on Business Center Drive.
Okay, so the Freddie Mac is 7 acres, but the whole thing kind of going around there, except for Lifetime, is about what?
Okay, so I'll quickly walk around. It's 7 acres for Freddie Mac, 5 acres for Pragmatics, 7 acres for National Wildlife, and then 10 acres for RMR. And I mention all of those because those are the vacant buildings as we sit here today.
Okay, so it's 29 acres, could be more.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. No chance you're going to tear those offices down and put sparkling new office buildings there?
No chance.
No
chance. And that wouldn't be our call, obviously, just to be clear, Fong. It would be the owner's call, many of whom are on this call, but I can confidently say 0%.
And I've heard that, and I would imagine EYA would have some contingency agreements to whatever. Mark, so you brought up by right, so I'm gonna, in light of what Akash just said, in light of the zoning, which is I-3 and I-4, which is, as best as I know, office buildings, and they're not building office buildings, so there really is no by right conversation here, right?
No, there is. I mean, self-storage is permitted by right in I-3. Data centers are permitted by right in I-3 and I-4. You've got a data center in there already. They're running around buying up ground as fast as they can around the region because of the demand.
Right.
There are other uses that can go in there. New car storage, new vehicle storage is permitted by right in there. There are by right uses that are possibilities. It could be that they're interim. It could be that they're long-term. We're not expecting the data center to go anywhere.
Understood.
Yeah.
My point of saying that is the folks that are just adjacent to that, so the folks on Equestrian, that office park was there. I think by and large, most of the folks that live there have been used to that. So if something like that went in there, as nice and new and shiny, I don't know how they would feel about that, but on par, that's roughly no different than what you're looking at now. When we start talking about 12 to 16 townhouses per acre, that is a bit different. Now, again, I'm just making points for like everybody here to converse about. So those are some of the things that I was looking at. I've heard and I hear quite dearly, what the current property owners are saying. I'm a free market guy. I believe in that. But there's a difference, and I think by and large you guys have been good neighbors. I've only lived here particularly adjacent to you for 10 years, and before that was up the road. But there are differences here that we're talking about between what's going on now and and the other side of the fence, if you will. If you talk about Equestrian and Points East, we don't rent out our space. We don't depreciate our homes. So we don't get the benefit of saying, if we can rent out our homes for 30 years, then we've just gotten back all the money that we paid for it, right? Plus we've gotten all the revenue for renting out our homes. We don't have that. This is where we live. This is where our children go to school. This is where we worship. These are all these things. And again, I understand we live in Reston. We're just starting to creep really, really close. Now we're literally, in the case of the Equestrian people, in their backyard. And so that's the struggle here that you're hearing from Equestrian. And quite frankly, Mark, you're going to introduce your next proposal and your next client, which is going to sandwich them in on the other side of this equation, right? I do want to make mention of traffic because it's come up repeatedly in this conversation. I promise I won't take more than 90 seconds. There is an amendment in the comprehensive plan to expand Sunset Hills Road to 2 lanes. We've heard tonight about baseline and reducing baseline traffic. The reality is that we're not even accommodating with what we have today, the baseline traffic. And the expansion or the widening of Sunset Sunset Hills Road, and the realignment of it was supposed to address that. And now what we're talking about doing is flooding that entire area that we're just going to widen with a lot of units and a lot of cars. And so from a county perspective, we went through a lot of pain to get through that realignment. And from a county perspective, so this is for the county folks on the phone, I don't know how you can look at that and look at what we're talking about here tonight and say, yeah, that's okay. You know, something's got to give there. Those are my points on that. Gosh, Mark, if you want to respond.
I think we need to move on to the next nomination.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shane Ziegler has had their hand up. Shane, do you have a quick comment though before we move on?
My name's Shane Ziegler, and I founded a nonprofit here in Reston called Reston Forward, where really our primary focus is on ensuring and encouraging that greater participation by newer Restonians in decision-making in our community, whether that be around development projects, whether that be through community service, or whether that be through civic education. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about our support of this project. You know, we have a lot of our residents, people who've come from all over the country, and some of our friends and members from all over the world who have come to Reston to work. Obviously, it's a really strong commerce center, and people have come here to work at a lot of the technology companies that are here, or any of the other major employers that are lining up the toll road. And as a result of that, people want to move here. And unfortunately, not everybody wants to live in an apartment forever. So we are definitely in support of new housing options. I don't discount anything that these neighbors are saying. I mean, they have beautiful homes, they have beautiful yards. I can appreciate that. Some of us would probably aspire to own one of those one day. But we do need to think about housing options. And 2-over-2s, we don't have a lot of them. It's a great option. More towns, sure, it's also great. You can fit more families in there. I get that families means traffic, but you know, we have invested billions of dollars into a rail system that happens to flow, I don't know, within a quarter mile of the homes that you guys own. So we just have to realize that we do need to increase the usage of our metro stations. And obviously an empty office park isn't the greatest probably use of that space. Now, you know, if the office market was in a different condition, maybe it'd be a different story. But we do need a more affordable housing units, and this project could bring some of that here. We do talk about the village centers. You know, we have great village centers. I love using the village centers. The village centers definitely aren't to the vision of the founder of Reston. And I know a lot of people on this call who know a lot of the history here know that they don't really live up to the expectations of what they were supposed to be. There were supposed to be more than 4 village centers. Some of them didn't happen. But as Reston and Hunter Mill continue to change, and the fact that we now have this rail that comes right through the middle, there may be a need for more additional village centers, and on small scale and on scales that are reasonable to the neighbors. So I do understand what everyone is saying. I'm not talking additional town centers. I'm talking additional small scale village centers that are appropriate. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shane. Now we need to move on to the next nomination, and the next nomination is Brookfield. And I'm not going to go through my presentation, actually. I'm just going to, real quick, the area is approximately, it's planned for 0.2 to 0.5 dwelling units per acre. And the nomination is proposing a mix of uses, and I'm going to give Mark Looney the opportunity to go ahead and just provide a brief overview of that in the interest of time. So I'm going to turn it over to Mark again, who represents the nominator.
Make sure that this one pulls up real quick. Everybody see that?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. So building off of the conversation earlier about the traffic situation in the neighborhood, obviously everybody is aware that there have been significant amounts of congestion, particularly in the AM and PM peak periods through the years at the intersection of Sunset Hills Road, Hunter Mill Road, and the Dulles Toll Road on and off ramps. And the principal reason for that is that there are two intersections are approximately 150 feet apart from each other, the off-ramp and on-ramps from the toll road and Sunset Hills Road here, and consequently this sort of bottlenecks in this particular area here. To address that, in 2014, the county initiated a comprehensive plan amendment to look at they initiated a comprehensive plan amendment to update the comprehensive plan in anticipation of the opening of the first phase of the metro extension on the Silver Line, which opened in July of 2014. The county initiated later that year a comprehensive plan amendment to study how to fix this intersection. They considered 6 different alignments, selected a preferred alignment, and then in 2018 adopted an amendment to the comprehensive plan to address the plan realignment of Sunset Hills Road, but they didn't address, as part of that plan amendment, the surrounding land uses on either side of that road relocation. As of 2020, the projected cost of that series of road improvements totaled about $73 million, not including right-of-way acquisition costs. Part of the reason for focusing on the realignment was the fact that what had changed in the intervening 20 years was the construction of a $6.5 billion rail line through the middle of the Dulles Toll Road that didn't exist, in the 30 or 40 years prior to that. The county runs a series of bus loops in and around the rail stations, including one that runs to Sunset Hills Road.
Oh, Mark, you're on mute.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry, I don't know what happened. It just cut out. So this is the planned realignment of Sunset Hills Road. It picks up from its existing road bed here, circles north to an intersection with Crowell Road with a planned roundabout here. The principal purpose was to separate by distance the toll road on and off ramps in Sunset Hills Road by pushing it north, creating a roundabout at this location to both slow traffic as well as avoid the need for a traffic signal at that location. It also included a widening of Hunter Mill Road to 4 lanes north and south in between the proposed roundabout and the toll road right-of-way. Along the way, there are some significant resource protection areas to the north where it intersects or comes close to the Hunting Crest community. And so the county's design, as shown here, tried to avoid the intersection with the RPA to the north. There are 4 different property owners whose property would be affected by the road realignment. This shows the road realignment through all but one parcel of the nomination that has been submitted to the county. So there's 5 acres to the west over here on the other side of Edlin School that's not directly impacted by the right-of-way, but is owned by one of the owners in this area. And then there is the road realignment going through here. There's about 14 acres of this area on the west side of Hunter Mill Road that would be impacted by the right-of-way required for the road realignment, along with an unknown amount of impacts here to the along Hunter Mill Road corridor in terms of construction of the roundabout plus the easements. So essentially 14 acres of the road realignment would need to go through this area here that is currently largely undeveloped. One thing I'll point out is in 2018, 2019, 7 acres on the east side of Hunter Mill Road was acquired by the Fairfax County Park Authority for construction of athletic fields in this location to the east side of Hunter Mill Road. And so the county actually owns this 7-acre parcel here. The challenges with implementing the road realignment, as I said, is that there are 4 separate owners who currently own the land that would need to be acquired for the right-of-way for the relocation of Sunset Hills Road. The current planning and zoning on the property, which is roughly 2-acre lots, discourages consolidation and cooperation by those owners. And in the context of a by right redevelopment, there would be no obligation on the part of the property owners to convey right-of-way for or otherwise address the relocation of Sunset Hills Road through those properties. And in fact, as I'll show you in a subsequent slide, there is a pending site plan and subdivision plan that would go in the middle of the road relocation, blocking the long-term road improvements if ultimately that's the way it plays out, as well as connecting to an existing cul-de-sac within the Honeycrest community to the north. There's also a lack of available public funds on the county's part to construct those improvements. As I noted, $73 million as of 2020 that currently is not available in the county's long-term planning for road improvements in this area. Said another way, there are other priorities that are of greater significance than this particular improvement, particularly things like the Soapstone connector, the town center parkway underpass, and other regional road improvements. This is a picture of the by right subdivision plan that would go through the area. The county has actually is involved in a lawsuit with the owner of this property trying to block this by right subdivision plan, and as I understand it, the property owner was successful in the first phase of the litigation, and it continues on with the county having lost the first decision related to the approval of this subdivision plan. What we are proposing with this nomination is to accommodate the right-of-way for and actually construct this improvement years ahead of when the county otherwise would be in a position to construct it. But in order to do that, it requires approval of a comprehensive plan amendment and a rezoning application to address the surrounding land uses and, frankly, to create a funding source to be able to accelerate the construction of those improvements. In terms of preparing the nomination, I was heartened to hear I shouldn't say heartened, that's the wrong term. I'll acknowledge the comments earlier about the concerns on Crowell Road, because one of the things that is a driving principle for what this proposal would do is to provide the county with some options for the road realignment for Sunset Hills Road in a manner that would discourage the possibility of cut-through traffic on Crowell Road. And I'll show you what that looks like in a second. We also, as part of the nomination, wanted to make sure that we facilitated bike and pedestrian improvements and enhanced access to both the W&OD trail and to the metro station. We recognize this is not a metro-driven development, but there is a missing link, if you will, in providing pedestrian and bicycle access to the metro station and to the W&OD trail that the relocated Sunset Hills Road would provide. We would commit as part of the project to not connecting a cul-de-sac to Honeycrest Way to the north, and that we would maximize the amount of buffer between the Honeycrest community and the road as part of any construction project. We also present the opportunity to expand or enhance the athletic field and park facilities that are available now as a result of the Park Authority owning the 7 acres on the east side of Hunter Mill Road. Provide a mixture of housing types, principally in order to provide sufficient density to fund the road improvements and other things that would be provided, and then finally avoid, as I mentioned, impacts to the RPA area. Here are some options that we have included in the SSPA nomination for how we could provide flexibility on the road realignment to discourage cut-through traffic on Crowell Road. Currently, the realignment anticipates connecting the road all the way up to Crowell Road to be able to go east and west through the roundabout here. One of the options that we've introduced is the ability to actually put the roundabout in the middle of Hunter Mill Road between the toll road and Crowell Road, so that there's, I'll say, an extra movement that's necessary for people to go either east on Crowell or west from Crowell and connect to Hunter Mill and to points west. And by introducing this additional or this alternative location for where the roundabout would connect in, potentially discourages some of that cut-through traffic. In terms of land plan options for where different uses could be located, we're showing, starting from the west and working east on the 5-acre parcel to the west of Edlin School, proposing that that be a public park component. This road alignment follows the comprehensive plan's recommended alignment as currently set out. and creates a neighborhood to the west of that and a neighborhood to the east of it, along with additional park facilities to the south of it. Going to the east side of Hunter Mill, the new church is located here. We've shown an option for the provision of maybe some community serving retail if there's interest, but otherwise to have another neighborhood on the east abutting Oakcrest School with a potential expansion of the Park Authority's 7 acres to the southern end of this area on the east side of Hunter Mill. Similarly, if we keep the same alignment for Hunter Mill Road, we could flip-flop the location of the athletic fields or the park facilities from the east side of Hunter Mill, placing them on the west side of Hunter Mill closer to Reston and to the transit station areas and make them more accessible for folks that are living in the TSA, as well as provide a bigger buffer and transition from Huntingcrest community up here to the north to the area here, again, a public park on the west side of Edlin School. A third option would be to bring Sunset Hills Road, as I mentioned, into Hunter Mill Road, somewhere between Crowell and the toll road. Again, relocating the park from the side over here up against Huntingcrest here, and creating neighborhoods that are on either side of the park on this side, with a larger neighborhood on the east side. Similarly, we could keep Sunset Hills Road farther south, keeping it away from the intersection of Crowell Road here, and put a bigger park on the west side abutting Huntingcrest, and provide a smaller neighborhood area that would probably be more dense and intense than under this plan, because the park area would expand to create a bigger buffer up against Huntingcrest along this side. But in order to pay for the road improvements, we'd probably have to do something a little more dense over here on the east side of Hunter Mill. So that's the proposal. I tried to go as fast as I could, given that we're running out of time.
Thanks. I see. So I'm just going to go jump right into the question and answer section. Mark, thanks, Mark. By the way, so we have Tom Markham as the first speaker. Tom. Is Tom Markham there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I had my hand raised. I'm sorry. I'll put it down.
Okay. Next we have Matt Kleinbell.
I'm sorry, my hand's just raised from the last one still.
Oh, so everyone who had their hand raised last time, please unraise it. Next we have Bruce Wright.
Hi, yeah, got a couple of comments. Yeah, there have been some comments in the chat about the non-Reston area having to take the density that is in Reston. Well, the folks in Reston did not want to develop the golf courses, which to me are closer to transit, are better places for high density development, but so be it. I don't really understand why those applications didn't move forward, but I support this application. I think the housing is needed. It's relatively close to Metro. It completes that trail that's missing between where it ends just past Lake Fairfax Park that would extend to Crowell Road or to Hunter Mill Road. And then there are plans for a trail under the toll road, which would connect with a missing or with an incomplete segment just north of the toll road. It's an opportunity to make that alignment, that realignment of Sunset Hills Road at the Crowell Road at the traffic circle. That current intersection is a mess. I come off the toll road because I live not far from there, and I now go to Wheelie because that's such a bad intersection. And so I think that would be a good opportunity for that. I do think it's a mistake not to have a pedestrian bike connection to Huntingcrest Way. I think those folks could benefit from being able to access this area onto the W&OD Trail. It is a little ironic that the trail is not in front of the Drestage Lane. At one time the county tried to get a trail there, and the folks there fought it. Now there is a trail across the street from them, but they can't really access it unless they go down to Lake Fairfax. But I think this is an appropriate application, and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Next we have Bob.
Yes, good evening. I recognize, do you hear me?
Yes.
Great. We recognize that the administrative site-specific plan amendment process was designed to provide efficiency and cost savings to an otherwise cumbersome approach to land use for specific sites that would otherwise not fit comfortably into the existing comprehensive plan. While this process would expedite land use that would benefit the surrounding existing communities, it was never intended to fundamentally change the very nature of these communities, as the Brookfield Properties nomination is attempting to do to a notable portion of the Hunter Mill District. The existing historically low-density, relaxed surrounding communities would have their open space buffers replaced by strip mall retail, high-density stacked housing with the addition of at least 1,000 vehicles, much to the detriment of current residents of the area, merely for the economic benefit of wealthy outside commercial interests. Let me address for a moment the opening statement that Mark made, and that is what Mark forgot to say. Mark forgot to say, number one, that in the application he made for site-specific, he changed the wording of promising the county a road to perhaps, potentially creating a road. That's very significant because in 2017 to 18, when we were down this road before, Mark, you clearly offered the county a $73 million road. Now you've backed off of that offer and you say potentially a road. Brookfield is not in business to build roads. Brookfield builds houses. We don't know, one, what the price point of these houses are. We don't know about the 351 dwelling units, stacked dwelling units that you originally proposed. And we certainly don't know about the strip mall retail that you mentioned in your current application for this meeting that asks for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Now we have Steve W.
Actually, David, before you move on, just to be clear, there's no strip retail proposed, and I think that I hopefully addressed the road question appropriately in my presentation.
Mark, that's all well and good, but in your application, you mentioned retail, and small retail is small strip malls. You also failed to mention who the plaintiff is in the lawsuit, and that plaintiff, as I understand, is Brookfield, or a derivation that is asking for 11 houses as of right, at the same time as asking for 351 residents and also retail establishments. So choose which Brookfield wants.
I don't want to debate you on it tonight. I'll just say that the lawsuit is not, well, it speaks for itself. I'll put it that way. So go ahead.
Okay, the point is that all at staff should be aware that you are contending for two separate results. That's all.
No, that's not accurate. I think what is accurate is that the property owners have by right development rights associated with this. Brookfield has a contract with those owners, and the contract provides them with an option to pursue by right development in the context of the current zoning on the property.
And I agree with that completely.
In 2020, before this SSPA nomination came forward or this opportunity was created, they filed a by right site plan. For 2 years, that site plan has been bottled up with the county over the county's efforts to try to compel reservation of right-of-way for a road improvement, the need for which is not generated by the 11 houses. And legally, there is no obligation to do it. What Brookfield has done is assert its legal rights in the context of the by right plan because the county has refused to approve the by right plan, I assume because they are concerned about the loss of the right-of-way for the road improvement. This SSPA nomination, let me finish, this SSPA nomination attempts to avoid that litigation by coming forward with a proposal that enables for the road improvements to be made not on public dollars, but using private dollars, and to preserve the flexibility or the opportunity to provide the road improvements that I heard others this evening say were necessary either for Crowell Road or for addressing concerns of traffic impacts from the development at the transit station areas.
So you're saying the lawsuit is not moving forward?
I'm saying that the lawsuit is presently moving forward because we don't know the circumstances and the future of this SSPA nomination. And so therefore, Brookfield, as I said, has had a by right site plan in for 2 years that's been bottled up over this issue, and we're trying to create a path forward.
Could you address for us why you've moved from promising the county as a proffer type of object, a road in 2017-18, and now you're talking about the potential of a road?
I am telling you based on my presentation tonight that if appropriate intensity and density of development provides sufficient funds to fund the road improvements, then we have the opportunity to build the road.
Would you tell us what intensity is required?
I don't know the answer to that because I don't know the unit types. I don't know how they're arranged. I can tell you that the cost of the road improvements was $73 million in 2020. So that's the order of magnitude that it would take to construct it.
Would it take 1,000 units? We have to know as a community.
I understand, and we will get to that. This particular phase of this process is not directed at that issue. The next phase of the process is, you know, what was proposed 3 years ago on this topic, 4 years ago on this topic, and so you have some sense of orders of magnitude of what it may cost to do it. But it's also dependent on the unit types that go in, their arrangement, and a whole host of other factors that would come into play if this process continued.
Mark, with all respect, in the meetings we had back way before COVID time, you know that it took 351 units plus retail to support $73 million. We all know that construction costs has gone up astronomically since that time. So therefore, we need to know as a community, what are you asking our cooperation in? 500 units, 1,000 units, one strip mall, 2 strip malls, McDonald's? I don't know. And you don't know either, and you're not telling staff.
I don't know how to respond to that in the sense that, like, you're accusing me of hiding the ball, and I'm telling you that what is present before you today is the extent of what we know.
I'm not accusing you of anything. I just couldn't get past the idea that the same protagonist and plaintiff are looking for 2 different results. And it doesn't make sense, and perhaps they should get the house in order before taking county planning staff time. That's all.
Graham, why don't we move on?
Yeah, I was going to suggest the same. Thank you for the comments, Bob. We do appreciate it, and we are tracking this as well. So we appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think you called on me a couple minutes ago. So, as is Steve. So, so just to kind of follow up on that. So I think, thanks, Mark. I know you concentrated on the road as the driver for this and mentioned that land use hadn't been approached during that discussion. However, both of us have been in multiple public hearings over the last 20 years about land use on exactly these pieces of property. And in all of them, and every single one, the public has rejected this density. You know, the idea that you should put a high density development on the east of Huntermore Road to pay for road developments to support the traffic's coming out of density on the Reston side is really bizarre. What I would ask is that, well, two things. One is staff would say, just look at the history of the property. The fact there's a legal weirdness at the moment, it should be no surprise to anybody after the secret arrangements between Oakcrest and the Thoburns, after the almost death threats that the LDS sent to the county over the church. We've been in and out of court and all sorts of things around this. So please look at the history of the various hearings that have been on density along exactly this property for the last 20 years. And the second one is to say, put aside the payment for the road that's irrelevant. Look at the zoned but unbuilt and unoccupied space along the existing high density corridor. If you look at the number of units that are in the plan already that are either zoned but not built or not occupied or being built, and the stuff that's in the other applications that make more sense, there's no need for this density on what's already meant to be green buffer zone. There's no justification for it. So I really oppose it strongly, and we'll oppose it at the public meetings. And I'm sure I'll be opposing it in 5 years' time, and in 10 years' time, and in 15 years' time, because the developers keep coming back with the same plan. And I will also just filter out, Hunting Crest was built by right successfully. There's no reason why this can't be built at by right density successfully, commercially successfully, without this tangling it up with the road. So thank you.
Okay, next we have Jason Stanford.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to comment today. I just wanted to share my support for this project. The Sunset Hills realignment is really a key part of the transportation network, and it's unlikely to happen without this project. Local and regional dollars are really planned through FY27, and other more pressing transportation needs make it really unlikely to take precedence for the foreseeable future. I do think this is a great opportunity to get this important transportation improvement in place. And I've also been going through all of these projects tonight. I see a common theme, walkable, transit-oriented communities. Each of these proposals has multimodal transportation components that really kind of piggyback on each other to improve the overall multimodal transportation network in this area. Other communities that have really taken this approach have seen a greatly reduced impact on traffic despite increase in residences. And really walkability is a key factor in, housing decisions for people these days. And I think this is in line with what, the National Capital Transportation Planning Board and others have put forward as goals of building more housing in walkable, transit-oriented communities. So thank you, Mark, for putting this forward.
Thank you, Jason. Now we have the Stanton family.
Yes. So, Mark, you indicated that 4 owners were impacted by building the road. I would say that a lot more people are going to be impacted by building this road, whether we say the road is good or we say the road is bad. I find it interesting that you say that if you build 2 loop-de-loops, that's going to be crafty enough to keep people from going down Crowell Road. I don't think you're correct on that. One other note, if you're going to go for this high density, because I really think the area supports 1 house per 2 acres, and if you look at your overlays, they show basically 1 house per 2 acres. But that said, I believe the Oakcrest School has water and sewer. Can anyone confirm that? Because if you're going high density, you're going to need water and sewer, and I don't think it's coming from the Reston side.
Correct. It would be on water and sewer, and we've explored what it would take to get it there, and believe it's feasible and doable.
Okay. Well, I'll see you at the next meeting where I'll fight you still.
Next we have Eldon School.
I think it's Edlin School.
I'm sorry, Edlin. Edlin. Is someone from the Edlin School there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. So my name is Diana Dumont, and I'm the owner of the Edlin School that's in the smack dab middle of this proposal. So first of all, I am the owner with my husband, and we are the owner and operator of this school for the last 2 years. I want to be upfront about our vested interest in this proposal because it will affect us regardless how it goes. I not only represent myself, but I represent all the families that go to my school. Our number one priority at this school is safety. And if the proposal goes forward with a public park on one side of us and another park on the other side of that, that is jeopardizing all my students because parks attract the homeless encampments that we see in Reston. They promote illegal drug use after hours. They promote a lot of foot traffic around our school, which means they will have visibility into our playgrounds where our students are playing. They will just increase overall foot traffic around our whole entire building, and that is something that we can't support. We've been vandalized in the past at the school, and it's been very unfortunate, and I feel that if we have public access around our school, that people are going to trespass across our property, because how is the community on the left going to get to the park? How are the kids going to get across? So you can't build a sidewalk in front of me. They're going to have to cross Sunset Hills Road to come back to cross over to get to the park. These are like some significant issues from the school standpoint that we have, and we want these to ensure that these are addressed. And I echo everyone's thoughts on the traffic. The traffic is horrendous. I don't know how many days I stand outside at dismissal and there's almost an accident because people are flying down Sunset Hills. The county has not provided us a crosswalk. They have not provided us flashing school zone lights. They have not provided us anything. So all this density and all this increased development is just going to cause more and more unsafety for our students and our families. So, you know, I'm an optimist, and I know that development is needed, and I'm not against development, but what I am against is doing it without the community's buy-in. I think the area needs to be involved, but I think the circumstances have to be right for the school. They have to be right for the homeowners around us, and it has to be right for the traffic pattern for it to be successful. So those are really my key points that I just want everyone to be aware of. As the owner and the operator of the school, safety is our number one priority, and we don't want that compromised with all this public access around our building. Thank you.
Thanks. Now we have Ali Ahmadi.
Thank you. I moved to the area about 3 years ago, and it was fun. It's interesting that when I first heard about this, I found it to be a genius idea, really, paying for a public need or addressing a public need using a project like this. I found it a bit unpleasant. The way I read about it, I started looking into it. I found an article. I forget in which paper. It was written by a community organization out of Reston opposing this, and everything that was said in there, I think, I value everyone's opinions, but I certainly didn't share those. Being someone who wants to raise a family here, I feel like, let's just say, the interests of future residents and younger residents or let's just say it's not a inclusive mindset to be against development at all times. That being said, I do think that this is simply a good start. That there is a lot of question marks around this project, including this question that keeps lingering, and I don't Mark, with all due respect, I don't hear a proper response to, is this high density or not? Is this when I first, and it like, I know that the project that was proposed about 3 years ago, it was going to be all single family homes, but now I'm hearing people, at least in the chat, and I heard you say that there would also be townhomes, and that is not in line with what the sort of that immediate neighborhood is. And definitely not on the Vienna side, of course. And so I think as long as the county works with you guys on those elements, this could be a good potential. The other issue is I live off Crowell on Westford, so this directly impacts me. It is, addressing, putting that roundabout, I could see how it helps certain things, but creating that infrastructure shouldn't be limited to that road. There is a complete lack of lights around there. There is, I think, bike path is something that's mentioned by everyone, or a lot of people, let's just say. And I think your impact would not only be on the parts where, you're creating new homes, but also the closer vicinity, especially going on Crowell. And so I think Brookfield, if they're going to proceed with this, they should contribute again to sidewalks and bike paths and lighting in those areas as well.
So I appreciate your comments. Let me touch on a couple of them. One, on the unit types and the density, let me be clear that this is not high density in the sense of certainly not what you would see at the metro stations, not what you would see even in areas that are, I'll call it, tweener sites between the metro station and other places. We fully acknowledge and anticipate that the large majority of the units would be most likely single-family detached units. We have provided in the nomination to the flexibility to have other unit types, largely because the location of the units within the assemblage might dictate different unit types in other places. But the large majority of the units, if not all of them, we anticipate ultimately might end up as single-family detached units. With respect to Crowell Road, I acknowledge your comments about improvements beyond just the roundabout. I was sort of limited. I thought we were trying to break at 10, and so I was trying to rush through my presentation. But one of the things that Brookfield has done in years past when we've talked about this type of proposal before was talk with the county and others about improvements up and down Crowell Road to the east, and at one point had talked about the possibility, I understand, I'm assuming it's still the case, that there's a need for a right turn lane down at Brown's Mill as a way to try to facilitate what is currently a congested intersection a little bit to the east. And we certainly are willing to try to entertain how we could be helpful in making those improvements farther to the east. So your points are well taken, and certainly something that we're anticipating would be part of the conversation as we move forward.
Thank you.
And Mark, and to those of y'all that are still on the call, it looks like there's still 100 people. The recording did stop at 10. I think what happened though is that the next, it basically is doing the recordings in batches. So I think our video is still going. So I think we can continue for those that are still on the call and would like to speak. So I just want to let people know we don't actually have to cut off at 10. I was mistaken. So feel free to continue, David.
Thanks, Graham. Deborah is next.
So I do have some questions. I know that you demonstrated several different proposed plans with the park and certain neighborhoods, and some more on the hunting, on the Sunset side, and then some more on the next to the school. My questions are really about how many single family homes are you proposing per acre? It sounds like this is mixed use with townhomes, I mean, probably even condos and single family. Is that right? Is that fair to say? Because you've got three different types of neighborhoods.
Doubtful. If not an absolute no, it's very doubtful. And that's because one, we recognize the character of the area. Two, we are just, for some reason my Bluetooth keeps muting me unexpectedly. So what we're anticipating is that, as I said, it's largely or somebody was asking about the condos. It likely would not include condos. The principal objective here is to provide a range of housing types. I didn't get into it in my presentation because I thought I was short on time. But one of the things that is an important consideration for the county, different price points and different housing opportunities. One of the things that the county has recognized and they're actually working on some policy plan updates at the moment, or will be in the near future, is incorporating more equity considerations into the county's comprehensive plan. One of the things that is an important consideration in that is that there be a different set of price points and a different entry point for different homeowners who want that opportunity. What we think this proposal affords is the chance to provide that mix. And sort of what we're thinking of is it's everything from, your starter home for a couple of teachers or others who want to live in a single family house, but not necessarily in a high-rise development or in a mid-rise development, but instead want to own something. It's seniors who are downsizing out of larger homes into smaller homes. It's really meeting people where they are and where they want to be with the housing types. There's
and with that said, and that's that sounds good. But with that said, how many homes? There's only, when you think of the acres right now is zoned 1 home per 2 acres.
Right.
So just trying to understand what that means. Does that mean that you're looking at quarter lot single family homes? Are we looking at, 0.12 single family homes? I still go back to how many units are we talking about? Are we talking about 50 houses or are we talking about 300 houses? Because that's very important.
Yeah. So
I think it's not a question that's been answered in any of the presentations, not today, and even not in the community meetings that we've attended. That number has never been disclosed to us.
That's not that. Well, let me back up.
Disclosed to the meetings that I have attended.
Yeah. So 3 years ago, 4 years ago, when we were in the middle of a similar conversation, we provided a range of densities that we thought were potentially workable in terms of the balance of creating enough revenue and equity to be able to afford to make the totality of the road improvements that were identified in the comprehensive plan, from the relocation of Sunset Hills Road to the widening of Hunter Mill and the roundabouts. That density range was kind of in the 4.5 units per acre range without affordable dwelling units, and then it bumped up to, I want to say, about between 5.5 and 6 units to the acre once the affordable units are incorporated in, because under the zoning ordinance, everything other than essentially high-rise residential has affordable dwelling unit requirements that are baked into the zoning ordinance. And so I want to say, I don't have it in front of me exactly, but it was sort of in the 4.5 units per acre range without the affordable housing units, and then upwards of 5.5 with the affordable units. Again, that was 3 years ago. Part of what this process, and just so everybody's clear from our perspective, the way the SSPA nomination was set up was it didn't ask how many units were proposed with a proposal. Instead, it asked for the idea and a submission of the idea. And then if there was merit to the idea, then you would move into the next phase of the analysis, which would be the point at which staff would work with the proponent or nominator to help put some parameters around what the development would look like, so that staff could then go back and do analyses with respect to transportation impacts, education impacts on schools, park needs, other sorts of things. So that process would work itself out in the next phase, but it wasn't requested of us as part of this particular phase. And Graham, I don't know whether you want to say anything more about that.
I think it's just difficult for the community to understand this plan and this proposal at the very, where it is, because you don't tell us how many units. So we could be talking, and this is just, there's 14 acres across where the school is. There's 19 acres here. That's 33. If you do 4 houses, is it 132 homes or is it 300 homes? And I just think that this conversation probably should stop right there before you can continue speaking to the community until we have clarity. We don't have any clarity on what you're truly proposing outside of a very nice looking, spreadsheet, like presentation. It looked pretty. It said park. It just said neighborhood. There's no information on that at all. So, I mean, there's a big difference. And I think, if we're talking about 132 homes, assuming 4 people live there, you're talking, about 600 folks, give and take every single day. Assuming 2 people know how to drive, that's an extra 300 cars that are coming out of this little area. So I'm trying to understand is how many units are we talking about? Right now, it's 1 home per 2 acres. And so if we're going from 1 home for 2 acres to 132 homes, just, that question has to be answered. So if it's possible, could you come back to the community with some numbers? I think that would be extremely helpful for us to really understand, what we're talking about. Are we talking about an extra 300 cars in this area or 600? Or, what are we really saying? And everything else sounds great. We all love teachers and, elderly and everybody else. And, but we do need to understand, are we talking about 100? Are we talking about 50? And that's just totally not clear in this. So sorry, Mark. I look forward to hearing from you.
I hear exactly what you're saying, and if this moves forward, there will be more opportunities for that conversation.
At this point, I would strongly oppose this because we don't even know what we're agreeing to.
Well,
come to the community, you're asking for us to agree and buy on to this plan. What are we agreeing to exactly?
So just to be clear, the stage of the process now is a screening process to figure out whether there is merit to a proposal to then be put into the county's review cycle for purposes of analyzing the particulars of what it includes. We're not asking you to buy off on this tonight. We're not asking for approval tonight. We're not asking for support tonight. That's not the objective of what this conversation is about. Rather, it is about introducing the concept to you, explaining the vision for what we think could be a potential win-win for the county and for the community if we do this correctly. It's the beginning of the conversation, not the end of the conversation, in terms of what is there and what how much we're talking about. Because at the end of the day, there are a number of factors that go into what that intensity and density looks like. For example, if the agreement with the county is that we would build half of the road section and the county would come back and build the other half at a later date, then it changes the economic answer of how many units might be required to fund those improvements. Similarly, if the plan was to build relocated Sunset Hills Road to 4 lanes, but not improve Hunter Mill south down to the toll road, that changes the economics of this. And so I gave you the ballpark of what we talked about last time as to sort of what we anticipated might be required, which was somewhere in the 4.5 to 5.5 units per acre range to fund all of those improvements. That's the best information that we have at the moment on sort of where it is. The next step in the county process is to try to better define what the county needs as part of this process, what they want as part of this process, and how the proposal can help meet some of those objectives.
Okay, and the other thing I would just say on the county, nobody on this call has addressed the under the toll road. There's a very small space under the Hunter's Mill toll road. So if you're talking about bringing an extra 300 cars to this area plus under the toll road every single morning, there's plenty of traffic there. So I'd be interested to find out, what the plan is for that, because I think that's something that needs to be thought out. Thank you. Thank you.
Deborah, next we have Veronica.
Thank you. So as a former resident of the Arlington-Clarendon area, I picked Reston for its green space, right? I moved from that high density area out to Reston. I now have a family out here. And so with the metro coming out, the demographics of the area were just bound to change, and I accept that. But I think my comments are more for the county on how do we balance this new space that we live in while still making it safe, right? And I think this small corridor is just so incredibly tight. And to bring more high density area, it just doesn't, there's no space. I don't see how it works. But I think my bigger concern is, as a parent of 2 small children at Edlin School, I think that area, that road already has so much high traffic. To add more housing to that area, it's just a big concern about the safety of our children, the safety of coming in and out of that parking lot on a road that is already so congested. So those would be my comments, right? For the county to really properly think those things through when it comes to children, when it comes to our community. And so with that, I'd like to yield the rest of my time to Miss Gloria Small, who I believe is next in line.
Thank you. This isn't Gloria. This is her husband, Bill. Mr. Looney, I appreciate your presentation, but your staff has really let you down. On some of your drawings, you show retail space. And then magically the woof-woof dust gets sprinkled and the retail disappears. And then in other drawings, the retail is in other places. And why is that important? Because Edlin School sits, according to the drawings, between park areas, and it has parking. Now, we all know what's going to happen on the weekend when Bill Small is late to the soccer game and he parks his car at Edlin School and tries to walk around to get down to the soccer fields because there's no other place to park. And if by chance that retail space magically appears next to Edlin School because the 7-Eleven thinks, oh, a school, a lot of drinks and candy and donuts and junk food for children, then you ask the Dumonts to bear the responsibility of the trespassers. And with the responsibility of the trespassers comes the liability for the children who fall and break a leg, for the parents who trip. And so I'm going to just leave that. I look at that and I say, this is an accident multiple times waiting to happen too many times. And everybody will say, oh, woe is us, the Dumonts ought to be insured. And what's that going to cost them? It's an unnecessary burden to place on this couple. I want to move on, however, to the economics that you talk about. You talk about 3 years ago, a road was going to cost $73 million. Now, we all know that road is going to cost conservatively $100 million. You're talking about maybe 300 homes so that old people like me have a place to live, but $100 million, 300 homes, you're already giving me a burden of $333,000 for the roads to live in the senior housing. That isn't affordable housing. I don't know where your staff decided that was affordable housing. I really think that some other things could be done, could be accommodated, that could put your roads in a little differently, and I'm not a road designer. But with the school where it is and the proposal to put the play lots where they are, I can see that the Dumonts are going to have all kinds of traffic through their property. It's going to diminish the value of what they have unnecessarily, and it's going to increase their liability. Thank you for your time.
Sure. So let me address a couple of those items. One, with respect to the retail, there's no fairy dust that goes with that. The intent was to show the possibility, if the community and the county thought it advisable, to incorporate some community serving retail into the project, very small amount, for things like dry cleaners, coffee shops, a restaurant, something like that, that would be more convenient than going down into the transit station areas or over to North Point Village Center, for example, because there's very little retail at this end, particularly convenience retail, that's available. Whether it stays in the proposal, whether it's not in the proposal, that's a conversation that we're certainly open to hearing as this process unfolds. With respect to Edlin School, I appreciate what she was saying in terms of her concern about impacts on the school and about safety, and that would be one of the things that Brookfield and the county would certainly have to address as part of any proposal that move forward, particularly into the rezoning stage, where you're getting into the specifics of where there are driveway locations, where there are possibilities of enhancements for turning movements, for example, into the school property, and making sure that there's appropriate width at the entrances to be able to not have either traffic back up onto Sunset Hills Road, or that the entrance to the project or to the school is appropriately sized to accommodate it. And I think there have been some conversations also about kind of circulation in and around the school as part of the proposal. And so we certainly wouldn't be looking to do anything that added additional burden to the school as part of that. We actually think that there could be benefits to improving the road network in the area, and as part of that, enhancing access into their facility. And with respect to the parks piece, I understand the concern of keeping the kids safe, but that's more of a management thing on the park as opposed to an inherent condition. And I think some of this is, operational questions that we can get into as we get deeper into the process. But I don't start with the notion that a park as a next door neighbor is inherently bad.
Oh, I didn't say it was inherently bad. I think parks are wonderful. I'm just telling you that the nature of children and the nature of parents and especially people who live in Northern Virginia. They're not going to respect the property. And on Saturday and Sunday, Ms. Dumont and her husband shouldn't have to hire security guards to keep people off of the property, because when they park their cars there and when they traipse across that property, it creates a liability for them.
I hear what you're saying.
But I do have I've got an answer for you. Take that field to the left of Edlin and build them a new school and let them give you where they are. And then you solve the problem for the Dumonts.
Thanks.
And they don't pay me.
Thanks, Bill. If there's nothing else, do you have any other questions, Bill?
Yes, but we've all been on here too long tonight.
If you,
thank you.
Thank you. Fong is next. Fong.
Yeah, I don't know that I'm going to take much longer. Look, the same question's been asked. Bob asked it. Debbie asked it. It looks like Bob wants another bite of the apple. Mark, without knowing, you're talking about, like, the same people in the community that you talked to 3 years ago. So without knowing, the only number that we know is 360. And until we hear anything else, there's.
Well, I think I acknowledge that that's sort of the range that we had 3 years ago, and I don't know that anything has changed. I think when we get into the process a little bit, we can refine that number, but that's within the ballpark of what we had talked about 3 years ago, which was the density range that I talked about. So I can't give you a precise number because it depends on which land bay they're able to develop, right? If we go back to the layouts that I had, and let's say the park piece on the northwest side of Sunset Hills Road becomes larger in that location, then that changes the land bays that can be developed, and it changes the number of units that can fit in those land bays. So I give you a range simply because there's a lot of factors that go into that, and there's no concrete singular answer to that question.
Right. I get that, and I appreciate that. But orders of magnitude, it's not 11. It's not
11, and it's not 600, right?
Yeah.
It's probably not 400. It's probably
Right.
somewhere, south of that. But
Right.
the exact number sort of depends on which land bays we're talking about and the unit types that go in there.
Yeah. And so, I think the county's pretty, I think they've heard enough from us about what we thought about that back then. I've had the unfortunate privilege of having to sit through all of these things. So now I've heard the 100 at Lofts 2, which is, I kind of leave that outside of the equation because that's really what that was designed and developed for. And I don't hear, except for, Pulte needs to finish the road. I didn't hear anybody really complaining about that. Then we start creeping over into the business park here, and as Akash, I don't know if he's here. I don't want to misspeak, but if I just did my rough math with 29 acres and say 12 to 16 townhomes per acre, on the low side, you're looking at 348 units to 464, plus we add another, I don't know, let's just say 200 to 300, for what you're talking about here. That's a lot of stuff. You rightly mentioned in a previous comment just a little bit earlier, schools, looking at schools and things like that. The county's got to consider that kind of stuff. Graham, it's not, it's schools. The county, we already have a police shortage. I think we're short like 200 officers right now. And, probably not surprisingly, we're seeing the uptick in crime. Fire departments, and then, of course, our favorite is roads. I understand growth. I get it. I get all of that stuff, but I also do get, and I'll go back to what I said 3 years ago, which is when the folks in this area bought their home, I'm sitting in it right now, we bought it with the knowledge that we were buying it on 1 home per 2 acre lot, right? The equestrian guy secured that. Hunting Crest is what that is. Everything that was undeveloped below it, zoned for that stuff. Now we talk about the property owners that have put a suit into the county to kind of kick back on the by right development. I understand that, and they can certainly do that. I also understand that those property owners pretty much snatched up those properties when Fairfax County started talking about realigning the road. I think it was around that 2014 kind of area. We're not talking about Andy Griffith. These are investors. They bought it for a reason. They knew what was happening.
Just so we're clear, there were foreclosures.
Okay. So they were bought out of foreclosure.
Correct.
By who's now
or lenders foreclosing and taking them back. Yes.
Right. I mean, you put your SSPA nomination together, and it's got all of their signatures on it. I don't think one of them was a private party on there, right? I mean, they were all some sort of equity investment type firms. And I'm not saying that, those are the big bad people, but I just don't want anybody getting the impression that we're, gee, we've got, Aunt B over here that, really needs to build a house on our property. It's something a little bit different than that.
Does that matter?
Well, I mean, I just want expectations to be clear. To me, it does matter a little bit. I mean, to be honest with you, a little bit. Maybe my compassion would be a little bit greater. It's not saying that it would change the outcome per se, but I just, again, if what we're talking about are in the hundreds, and if what we know is that we were zoned for 1 acre per, 1 home per 2 acre lot, and we bought our homes here for a reason, and that was one of them. And now we're looking at, changing that by, exponentially. Then, I don't know. You said earlier the merits of this were not really to get my buy off on it, so I don't really have to give you that. You're letting me know what you guys are planning. From a county perspective, I really wish your SSPA would require, like, if the ask is to change the zoning, then you should probably have on that form what they're asking to change it to.
Yeah, so we're not asking to change the zoning as part of this. That's not part of the SSPA process. That's a completely separate process that unfolds. It could unfold concurrent with the SSPA, and it could unfold outside or completely separate from the SSPA, meaning they could track concurrently or they could track separately.
Sorry for interrupting, but that makes me feel less comfortable, not more.
Well, I think the intent would be that they would track concurrently if the SSPA moves forward, largely to ensure that what the comprehensive plan would change to is reflected in the zoning. I've worked on many concurrent plan amendments and rezonings where they track together. The comprehensive plan reflects what's in the negotiated rezoning. The comprehensive plan is amended 45, 60 days ahead of the rezoning action taking place, so that there is what you see is what you get in terms of the plan amendment and the rezoning being essentially one and the same. Procedurally, it's not required that happen, but the county certainly does encourage it for the reasons that I talked about. I think to go back to a couple of the points that you had hit on, I know for a number of folks, this conversation has been going on for 40, 45 years, right? Mm-hmm. There are a number of things that have transpired over a 40 or 45 year period that lead us to where we are today. First and foremost, the region, the state, the federal government elected to drive a $6.5 billion rail line down through the middle of the toll road. It necessarily was going to change how the toll road corridor looked, functioned, was used for, and how the county and the state and the federal government and the property owners who helped pay for it were going to develop the land. What is happening today is year 10 in a 50-year vision for changing the toll road corridor from what it was 40 years ago to what they want it to be 40 years from now. There are consequences and byproducts of a 40 or 50 year plan that are playing out in real time in front of this community tonight, whether it is Michael Faraday, whether it is Samuel Morris Drive, whether it is Lake Fairfax Business Park, or whether it is this particular property. There are, in the earlier presentations, there were changes in the marketplace that dictated changes that militated, requested changes in the land use for those properties to reflect the fact that, for example, office tenants are flocking to the metro away from the suburban office parks that represented Reston's first 40 years. So that's the manifestation of a change in circumstance over a 40-year period. With this property, the reason that the comprehensive plan proposed the relocation of Sunset Hills Road is in response to the decisions to put the rail line in the toll road corridor, to put the amount of density at the transit stations that is now in the comprehensive plan. The county, if you look at the county's concept for future development countywide, they direct a large portion of the county's future growth into the toll road corridor because of the infrastructure associated with the extension of the rail line. They also have identified a gap in the availability of housing countywide, and particularly want to make up that gap in the areas where the infrastructure is there, and they've invested billions of dollars into facilitating that. Again, that's the toll road corridor. Don't quote me on the numbers, but I want to say that the county's long-term housing plans identify the need for roughly 4,000, 4,500 new residential units every single year to accommodate the growth in population that they project is happening. At its peak, as I recall, the county produced countywide, not the county, but the market produced somewhere around 3,500 units in a single year. That was the highest point, I believe, in terms of the total number of units countywide, which means that every year that passes, that deficit in housing grows larger and the price points go up. The reason housing is so expensive is because of limited supply and significant demand. And for the first time, we're actually seeing, as a region, an outmigration of residents from this region, not because they got better jobs, but because they got more affordable housing. And part of what this proposal does is try to, on a very small scale, help contribute to solving that problem, filling out the infrastructure that the rail line made necessary, and do it in a way that is responsible and compatible with the surrounding communities. There's a lot of conversation about what that looks like, but that's the intent of what this proposal includes.
Thanks. I've got nothing. Thanks, Mark.
David, anybody else?
Yeah, thank you, Mark. We do have, I think Jody is next. I believe Jody was next. Jody, are you there? Jody, are you still there?
Then turn the camera on. Maybe. Hi there. I'm Jody Bennett, and Mark and I go back a long way. Hi, Mark.
Hi.
I am very concerned about this nomination. In fact, I oppose this nomination. And you want to ask why I oppose this nomination. For 4 decades, similar APR nominations have become before the community and the neighborhood. Consistently, each one of those nominations for high increase in density and use has been denied by the task force, which used to hear these nominations, denied by the Planning Commission, denied by the Board of Supervisors. So here we are again. This is similar to the proposal that Mark came around to the different HOAs a couple of years ago and presented. They said no. Now we're back again. Why is it important to stop this nomination at this stage? Well, it's been here before, and why should we continue doing this over and over and over again? There are a lot of issues that I could go in why this nomination is not good. It affects the environment. If we can't get a definite number of dwelling units that are going to go in, or what types of dwelling units. So one of the old proposals that was floated around, it was going to be 350 dwelling units. They were going to be stack houses, small houses, and etc. I think Mark mentioned something a while ago. It could be up to looking at the cost of how much money it is going to cost if they proffer to do the road. Now, in the nomination, it appears as though they're proffering will do the right-of-way. Well, the right-of-way is expensive and it can be costly, but the construction of the road is what's expensive. If the density, and I think somewhere along the discussion I've heard, well, we had to get the density numbers up there in order to be able to fund the road improvements, which include suggested on like Hunter Mill Road and realigning Sunset Hills Road. But they cannot tell us the number of density because they probably don't even know what the cost of the road is going to be. So we're being asked to put a nomination forward that is going to tie this community up again for could be years, when we don't know the type of housing, how many of the houses, how's it going to affect. Difficult Run has environmental issues now. And so what happens if we put all of this on there? Hunter Mill Road has transportation issues now. The volume is there. When you look at those four designs that are in this nomination, I even asked staff, I sent an email, why are we having to address 4 different types of design or conceptual drawing in one nomination? That's not fair to the community. We should only have one. Choose one. Not saying you're going to take the part that Fairfax, that is a proffer that came from Brookfield down the road, and put it over here on Hunter Mill Road, which is people have asked questions about that. But what happens is that part was hoped to be maybe served with not lights, but fields and etc. Now we got a nomination, one of the conceptual drawings. We're going to put it back over here into one of these designs. There's too many unknowns for us to sit here and say, oh yes, please, please, please put this in the work plan. And I have tons of other reasons, but I'll stop there.
Thanks, Jody. I've said this to Jody before, so this won't be new, but when she mentioned 40 years, I think I said in one of the meetings that we had talked about that 40 years ago, I was a believer in Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny, and that, over time things change, and that's the reason that we're here, right? Is to reflect the fact, as I talked about the following, the changes that have occurred in the intervening years.
I agree with you, Mark, but listen. Oh, I have my mic on, Bruce.
Go ahead.
I agree with you. One of the things that I keep hearing, we need housing. We need affordable housing. So I guess since you've been involved with this, what would be the market cost of, say, one of those houses? Based upon what you feel as though pay for the road and et cetera, et cetera.
I think, and I think one of the Brookfield guys is on the line and can correct me if I'm wrong. But I think the last time when we talked about this 3 years ago, we had units that were in, sort of the 500 to 600 range as sort of the price points for the smallest of the single-family detached houses. Maybe it was a little bit more than that, but that was kind of the range that we had talked about a number of years ago as being the smallest. And they went up, I think, from 1,800 square feet, give or take, to 2,400 to 2,800 square feet, something like that.
No way.
So, but I don't.
Do
I
you
don't
really
have-
believe, Mark, that could be the market price now?
I don't know, Jody. We haven't
Sure you
haven't
have.
priced anything out
Yeah.
here. I don't know that it matters. I think the point is it's not a $2.5 or $3 million price point, which is where the houses in Huntingcrest and other places are going for, right? We're not trying to compete at $2.5 or $3.5 million a unit the way some of the larger lot singles are. We're trying to hit a completely different price point entirely. So whether it's 500 or 600 or 700,
Or 8
at some
or 9.
level is whatever it is, right? It's not 2.5 million. That's the point.
Don't drag it out. Don't drag it out.
I guess I'm through. I oppose this nomination going forward.
Thank you, Jody.
You're
Next,
welcome. Hey, you did a good job keeping
thank you.
us in line.
Thank you, Jody.
You're welcome, Mark.
Next, we have Bob.
Thank you very much for letting me just say a few things. First of all, Mark Looney, you are too young to remember Reston 45 years ago. So unless your mom told you that when you were a baby, we shouldn't be talking about it, but that's only one thing.
Thank you for that kind comment. Although if I'm looking here at my video, oh my God, I look so bad.
Dry clean, unmute me. This is once again mentioned dry cleaners. So, I mean, I'm retired. I don't go to dry cleaners. But are you still considering the McDonald's?
I don't think, well, I can almost categorically say no McDonald's.
Oh, that's terrible. Anyway, the point being that come back to us with specifics. Let's see what we're talking about. But with building costs being what they are, $600,000 is around $900 today, and a $73 million road is most likely over $100 million, watching how well Metro did on their finances. So anyway, thank you very much, and we all have a good evening.
Yeah, thanks, Bob, for your comments. We'd love to come back in the next phase and present more detail to you, and look forward to doing that.
Okay, next we have Justina.
Oh, hi. Hi. I just wanted to make a comment on Mark's comments.
Yeah.
I think your most recent comments were a little bit too generalized. I do agree that, 40 years, things change. We've got to do things that are different. But I think each of these proposals that we've heard tonight are all unique and different in their own way. And so this proposal is so much different than, say, the Michael Faraday proposal. So you kind of were generalizing the whole thing. And this area is just so special and unique. And it was been a green space and a buffer for many, many years for a reason. The Board of Supervisors had a good plan, and I think they should keep it that way. And I also do not agree with the proposal. I think a lot more information needs to be given to us before you can even consider going into the next phase. So that's what I have to say. And it's late. That's it.
Thank you, Justina. So it's almost 11 o'clock. Does anyone have any more comments before we
What do we do to not get to the next stage? Right? Because that's the question I have. Like we said, well, what's the next stage? what do we need to do to not get to that next stage? Because that's the real question I have.
Well, David,
Can I ask something?
real quick to answer that question, David, I think you had a slide maybe at the end of the presentation that you were going to give that kind of explained the next steps. I think that might be a good slide for everyone's edification to kind of see what's planned in terms of next steps for screening and then for the nominations that are added to the work program for further review. So this just so y'all are aware, there is one other meeting that's covering one nomination that's in the 100 Mill district, not in the Reston area or 100 Mill corridor, but over in the Tysons area. That is going to take place tomorrow night. So just know that if you're interested in Tysons planning. We are looking to do a series of workshops with the Planning Commission to discuss the nominations. Those are public workshops. People can participate in those, but it'll be an opportunity to discuss, comments, questions with the Planning Commission, nominators, and staff. So it'll be another forum. The community meetings that we're doing here are an opportunity to provide early feedback, but the Planning Commission will also be able to take comments. And so if you're interested in providing further feedback to the Planning Commission in person, that'll be a tremendous opportunity. So these are the dates that we have today. These are subject to change. We did have to add another week of meetings that was not anticipated for next week for SSPA. So I just know that these are the dates that we have on the calendar now, but they are subject to change. In any case, this is for screening. The Planning Commission will use these workshops to determine priorities amongst the nominations across all of the county. We're actually working on now 69 nominations across the county. 12 of them being in the 100 Mill district. So getting to a list of nominations that are added to the work program based on the priorities that the Planning Commission has is going to be kind of the purpose of these workshops. So some of the nominations I anticipate will certainly be added for further review, formal review, and that's when I think there were a lot of questions today about unit count and unit size, for example, for this one. Those are the kinds of things that at the screening phase it is not a requirement to provide that, but it is something that would be evaluated in greater detail if the nomination is advanced for further review. So more to come, not just on that specific issue, but on all the issues that are dealt with in terms of the comprehensive plan, at that later stage, which is the evaluation stage. So there's also community engagement that takes place as a component of that. So just want to let folks know nothing's being approved, at this stage or even adopted into the comprehensive plan. This is a screening exercise to determine, priorities for further review, and that's it. So that's it. I'm Graham Owen with the Department of Planning and Development. David Stinson's been our MC for the night. So I wanted to thank y'all for coming. David, do you want to say anything else to kind of close things out?
I think you closed it pretty well, Graham. I want to thank everyone for coming, and it's we've gone 2 hours over. So everyone who stayed here, you're troopers.
Yeah.
So thank you all.
We really appreciate your comments tonight. Thank you all very much for attending. Thank you, Mark, for sticking around for the extra 2 hours. I think this is really, really helpful, and it's great to be able to hear people's comments. So thank you so much.
Happy to do it. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.